Welcome back to part 3 of the Iliad of Homer. The war continues. The stakes are higher than ever, and the fate of Troy hangs in the balance. In this part, the battles become more intense. Heroes are pushed to their limits, and the gods continue to shape the destiny of both the Greeks and the Trojans. If you've been following the story from the beginning, thank you for joining us on this journey through one of the greatest epic poems ever written. And before we begin, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next part. Now, sit back, relax, and let the epic continue. This is the Iliad of Homer, Part 3, Book XIII, Argument. The fourth battle continued, in which Neptune assists the Greeks. The acts of Idomeneus. Neptune, concerned for the loss of the Grecians, upon seeing the fortification forced by Hector, who had entered the gate near the station of the Ajaces, assumes the shape of Calchas and inspires those heroes to oppose him. Then, in the form of one of the generals, encourages the other Greeks who had retired to their vessels. The Ajaces formed their troops in a close phalanx and put a stop to Hector and the Trojans. Several deeds of valor are performed. Meriones, losing his spear in the encounter, repairs to seek another at the tent of Idomeneus. This occasions a conversation between those two warriors, who return together to the battle. Idomeneus signalizes his courage above the rest. He kills Othryoneus, Agis, and Alcathous. Deiphobus and Aeneas march against him, and at length Idomeneus retires. Menelaus wounds Helenus, and kills Pisander. The Trojans are repulsed on the left wing. Hector still keeps his ground against the Ajaces, till, being galled by the Locrian slingers and archers, Polydamas advises to call a council of war. Hector approves his advice, but goes first to rally the Trojans, upbraids Paris, rejoins Polydamas, meets Ajax again, and renews the attack. The 28th day still continues. The scene is between the Grecian wall and the seashore, when now the thunderer on the sea-beat coast had fixed great Hector and his conquering host. He left them to the fates, in bloody fray to toil and struggle through the well-fought day, then turned to Thracia from the field of fight those eyes that shed insufferable light, to where the Mysians proved their martial force, and hardy Thracians tamed the savage horse, and where the far-famed Hippomolgian strays, renowned for justice and for length of days thrice happy race, that, innocent of blood from milk, innoxious, seek their simple food. Jove sees delighted, and avoids a scene of guilty Troy of arms and dying men. No aid he deems to either host is given, while his high law suspends the powers of heaven. Meantime the monarch of the watery main observed the thunderer, nor observed in vain. In Samothracia on a mountain's brow, whose waving woods o'erhung the deeps below, he sat, and round him cast his azure eyes where Ida's misty tops confusedly rise. Below, fair Ilion's glittering spires were seen, the crowded ships and sable seas between. There, from the crystal chambers of the main emerged, he sat and mourned his Argives slain. At Jove incensed, with grief and fury stung, prone down the rocky steep he rushed along. Fierce as he passed, the lofty mountains gnawed, the forest shakes, earth trembled as he trod, and felt the footsteps of the immortal god. From realm to realm 3 ample strides he took, and at the 4th the distant Aegis shook. Far in the bay his shining palace stands, eternal frame, not raised by mortal hands. This having reached, his brass-hoofed steeds he reins, fleet as the winds, and decked with golden manes. Refulgent arms his mighty limbs enfold, immortal arms of adamant and gold. He mounts the car, the golden scourge applies, he sits superior, and the chariot flies. His whirling wheels a glassy surface sweep. The enormous monsters rolling o'er the deep gambol around him on a watery way, and heavy whales in awkward measures play. The sea subsiding spreads a level plain, exults, and owns the monarch of the main. The parting waves before his coursers fly. The wondering waters leave his axle dry. Deep in the liquid regions lies a cave, between where Denitos the surges lave, and rocky Imbrus breaks the rolling wave. There the great ruler the azure round stopped his swift chariot, and his steeds unbound, fed with ambrosial herbage of his hand, and linked their fetlocks with a golden band, infrangible, immortal. There they stay. The father of the floods pursues his way, where like a tempest, darkening heaven around, or fiery deluge that devours the ground, the impatient Trojans in gloomy throng, embattled rolled, as Hector rushed along, To the loud tumult and the barbarous cry the heavens re-echo, and the shores reply. They've vowed destruction to Grecian name, and in their hopes the fleets already flame. But Neptune, rising from the seas profound, the god whose earthquakes rock the solid ground, now wears a mortal form, like Calchas seen, such as loud voice and such as manly mien. His shouts incessant every Greek inspire, but most the Ajaces, adding fire to fire. Neptune rising from the SEA, 'tis yours, O warriors, all our hopes to raise. O recollect your ancient worth and praise. 'Tis yours to save us, if you cease to fear. Flight, more than shameful, is destructive here. On other works though Troy with fury fall, and pour her armies o'er our battered wall, there Greece has strength. But this part o'erthrown, her strength were vain. I dread for you alone. Here Hector rages like the force of fire, vaunts of his gods, and calls high Jove his sire. If yet some heavenly power your breast excite, breathe in your hearts, and string your arms a fight. Greece yet may live, her threatened fleet maintain, and Hector's force, and Jove's own aid be vain. Then with his scepter, that the deep controls, he touched the chiefs, and steel their manly souls. Strength, not their own, the touch divine imparts, prompts their light limbs, and swells their daring hearts. Then as a falcon from the rocky height, her quarry seen, impetuous at the sight, forth springing instant, darts herself from high, shoots on the wing, and schemes along the sky. Such and so swift the power of ocean flew, the wide horizon shut him from their view. The inspiring god oily as active sun perceived the first, and thus to Telamon, some god, my friend, some god in human form favoring descends, and wills to stand the storm. Not Calchas this, the venerable seer. Sure as he turned, I saw the power appear. I marked his parting and the steps he trod. His own bright evidence reveals a god. Even now some energy divine I share, and seem to walk on wings and tread in air. With equal ardor Telamon returns. My soul is kindled and my bosom burns. New rising spirits all my force alarm. Lift each impatient limb and brace my arm. This ready arm, unthinking, shakes the dart. The blood pours back and fortifies my heart. Singly, methinks, yon towering chief I meet, and stretch the dreadful Hector at my feet. Full of the god that urged their burning breast, the heroes thus their mutual warmth expressed. Neptune meanwhile the routed Greeks inspired, who, breathless, pale, with length of labors tired, pan in the ships, while Troy to conquest calls, and swarms victorious o'er their yielding walls. Trembling before the impending storm they lie, while tears of rage stand burning in their eye. Greece sunk, they thought, and this their fatal hour, but breathe new courage as they feel the power. Teucer and Leitus first his words excite, then stern Peneleus rises to fight. Thoas, Deipyrus, in arms renowned, and Marion next the impulsive fury found. Last Nestor's son the same bold ardor takes, while thus the god to martial fire wakes. O lasting infamy! O dire disgrace to chiefs of vigorous youth and manly race! I trust in the gods and you, to see brave Greece victorious, and her navy free. Ah, no! The glorious combat you disclaim, and one black day clouds all her former fame. Heavens! What a prodigy these eyes survey, unseen, unthought, till this amazing day. Fly we at length from Troy's oft-conquered bands, and falls our fleet by such inglorious hands? A rout undisciplined, a straggling train, not born of glories of the dusty plain. Like fright fawns from hill to hill pursued, a prey to every savage of the wood. Shall these, so late who trembled at your name, invade your camps, involve your ships in flame? A change so shameful, say, what cause is wrought? The soldier's baseness, or the general's fault? Fools, will ye perish for your leader's vice? The purchase infamy and life the price? 'Tis not your cause, Achilles' injured fame. Another's is a crime, but yours the shame. Grant that our chief offend through rage or lust. Must you be cowards? If your king's unjust, prevent this evil and your country save. Small thought retrieves the spirits of the brave. Think and subdue. On dastards dead to fame I waste no anger, for they feel no shame. But you, the pride, the flower of all our host, my heart weeps blood to see your glory lost. Nor deem this day, this battle, all you lose. A day more black, a fate more vile ensues. Let each reflect, who prizes fame or breath, on endless infamy, on instant death. For lo, The fated time, the appointed shore. Hark! The gates burst, the brazen barriers roar. Impetuous Hector thunders of the wall, the hour, the spot to conquer or to fall. These words the Grecians' fainting hearts inspire, and listening armies catch the godlike fire. Fixed at his post was each bold Ajax found, with well-ranged squadrons strongly circled round. So close their order, so disposed their fight, as Pallas' self might view with fixed delight. Or had the god of war inclined his eyes, the god of war had owned a just surprise. A chosen phalanx, firm, resolved as fate, descending Hector and his battle weight. An iron scene gleams dreadful o'er the fields, armor and armor locked, and shields, spears lean on spears, on targets throng, helms stuck to helms, and man drove man along. The floating plumes unnumbered wave above, as when an earthquake stirs the nodding grove, and leveled the skies with pointing rays. Their brandished lances at each motion blaze. Thus breathing death, in terrible array, the close compacted legions urged their way. Fierce they drove on, impatient to destroy. Troy charged the first, and Hector first of Troy. As from some mountain's craggy forehead torn, a rock's round fragment flies, with fury born, which from the stubborn stone a torrent rends. Precipitate the ponderous mass descends. From steep to steep the rolling ruin bounds. At every shock the crackling resounds. Still gathering force, it smokes, and urged amain whirls, leaps, and thunders down, impetuous to the plain. There stops, so Hector. Their whole force he proved resistless when he raged, and when he stopped unmoved. On him the war is bent. The darts are shed, and all their falchions wave around his head. Repulsed he stands, nor from his stand retires, but with repeated shouts his army fires. Trojans, be firm. This arm shall make your way through yon square body in that black array. Stand, and my spear shall rout their scattering power, strong as they seem, in battle like a tower. For he that Juno's heavenly bosom warms, the first of gods, this day inspires our arms. He said, and roused the soul in every breast, urged with desire of fame. Beyond the rest, forth marched Deiphobus, but marching, held before his wary steps his ample shield. Bold Marion aimed a stroke, nor aimed it wide. The glittering javelin pierced the tough bull hide, but pierced not through. Unfaithful to his hand, the point broke short and sparkled in the sand. The Trojan warrior, touched with timely fear, on the raised o'er the distance bore the spear. The Greek, retreating, mourned his frustrate blow, and cursed the treacherous lance that spared a foe. Then to the ships with surly speed he went, to seek a surer javelin in his tent. Meanwhile, with rising rage the battle glows, the tumult thickens, and the clamor grows. By Teucer's arm the warlike Imbrius bleeds, the son of Mentor, rich in generous steeds. Ere yet to Troy the sons of Greece were led, in fair Pedaeus' verdant pastures bred. The youth had dwelt, remote from war's alarms, and blessed in bright Medesica's arms. This nymph, the fruit of Priam's ravished joy, allied the warrior to the house of Troy. To Troy, when glory called his arms, he came, and matched the bravest of her chiefs in fame. With Priam's sons, a guardian of the throne, he lived, beloved and honored as his own. Him Teucer pierced between the throat and ear. He groans beneath the Telamonian spear. As from some far-seen mountain's airy crown, subdued by steel, a tall ash tumbles down and soils its verdant tresses on the ground. So falls the youth, his arms the fall resound. Then Teucer, rushing to despoil the dead, from Hector's hand a shining javelin fled. He saw and shunned the death. The forceful dart sung on, and pierced Amphimachus' heart, Tieda's son, of Neptune's forceful line. Vain was his courage and his race divine. Prostrate he falls. His clanging arms resound, his broad buckler thunders on the ground. To seize his beamy helm the victor flies, and just had fastened on the dazzling prize, when Ajax' manly arm a javelin flung. Full on the shield's round boss the weapon rung. He felt the shock, nor more was doomed to feel, secure in mail, and sheathed in shining steel. Repulsed he yields. The victor Greeks obtain the spoils contested, and bear off the slain. Between the leaders of the Athenian line, Stichius the brave, Menesthius the divine, deplored Amphimachus, sad object, lies. Imbrius remains a fierce Ajax's prize. As two grim lions bear across the lawn, snatched from devouring hounds, a slaughtered fawn. In their fell jaws high lifting through the wood, and sprinkling all the shrubs with drops of blood. So these, the chief, great Ajax from the dead, strips his bright arms. Oileus lops his head, tossed like a ball, and whirled in air away. At Hector's feet the gory visage lay. The god of ocean, fire with stern disdain, and pierced with sorrow for his grandson slain, inspires the Grecian hearts, confirms their hands, and breathes destruction on the Trojan bands. Swift as a whirlwind rushing to fleet, he finds a lance-famed Idaman of Crete. His pensive brow the generous care express with which a wounded soldier touched his breast, whom in the chance of war a javelin tore, and his sad comrades from the battle bore. Him to the surgeons of the camp he sent. That office paid, he issued from his tent fierce for the fight, to whom the god begun in Thoas' voice, Andremon's valiant son, who ruled where Calydon's white rocks arise, and Pleuron's chalky cliffs emblaze the skies, whereas now the Imperia's vaunt, the daring boast of Greece victorious and proud Ilion lost, to whom the king, on Greece no blame be thrown, arms are a trade, and war is all her own. Her hardy heroes from the well-fought plains nor fear withholds, nor shameful sloth detains. 'Tis heaven, alas, and Jove's all-powerful doom, that far, far distant from our native home wills us to fall inglorious. Oh, my friend, once foremost in the fight, still prone to lend our arms or counsels, now perform thy best, and what thou canst not singly, urge the rest. Thus he, and thus the god whose force can make the solid globe's eternal basis shake. Ah, never may he see his native land, but feed the vultures on this hateful strand, who seeks ignobly in his ships to stay, nor dares to combat on this signal day. For this, behold, in horrid arms I shine, and urge thy soul to rival acts with mine. Together let us battle on the plain. Two, not the worst, nor even this succor vain, not vain the weakest, if their force unite, but ours, the bravest to confess and fight. This said, he rushes where the combat burns. Swift to his tent the Cretan king returns. From thence, 2 javelins glittering in his hand, and clad in arms that lightened all the strand, fierce on the foe the impetuous hero drove, like lightning bursting from the arm of Jove, which the pale man the wrath of heaven declares, or terrifies the offending world with wars. In streamy sparkles, kindling all the skies, from pole to pole the trail of glory flies. Thus his bright armor o'er the dazzled throng gleamed dreadful, as the monarch flashed along. Him, near his tent, Merion's attends, whom thus he questions, ever best of friends, O say, in every art battle skilled, what holds thy courage from so brave a field? On some important message art thou bound, or bleeds my friend by some unhappy wound? Inglorious here, my soul abhors to stay, and glows with prospect of approaching day. O Prince, Merion's replies, whose care leads forth the embattled sons of Crete to war, this speaks my grief. This headless lance I wield, the rest lies rooted in a Trojan shield. To whom the Cretan, enter and receive the wanted weapons, those my tent can give. Spears I store, and Trojan lances all, that shed a lustre round the illumined wall, though I, disdainful of the distant war, nor trust the dart, nor aim the uncertain spear, yet hand to hand I fight, and spoil the slain, and thence these trophies in these arms I gain. Enter, and see on heaps the helmets rolled, and high-hung spears, and shields that flame with gold. Nor vain, said Merion, are our martial toils. We too can boast of no ignoble spoils, but those my ship contains. Whence distant far I fight conspicuous in the van of war, what need I more? If any Greek there be who knows not Merion, I appeal to thee, to this Idomeneus. The fields of fight approve thy valor and unconquered might, and were some ambush of the foes designed, even there thy courage would not lag behind. In that sharp service, single from the rest, the fear of each or valor stands confessed. No force, no firmness, the pale coward shows, he shifts his place. His color comes and goes, a dropping sweat creeps cold on every part. Against his bosom beats his quivering heart. Terror and death in his wild eyeballs stare. With chattering teeth he stands and stiffening hair, and looks a bloodless image of despair. Not so the brave, still dauntless, still the same, unchanged his color and unmoved his frame. Composed his thought, determined is his eye, and fixed his soul to conquer or to die. If aught to stir the tenor of his breast, 'tis but the wish to strike before the rest. In such assays thy blameless worth is known, and every art of dangerous war thy own. By chance of fight whatever wounds you bore, those wounds were glorious all and all before, such as may teach. 'Twas still thy brave delight toppest thy bosom with thy foremost fight. But why, like infants, cold to honor's charms, stand we to talk when glory calls to arms? Go! From my conquered spears the choicest take, and to their owners send them nobly back. Swift at the word bold Marion snatched a spear, and, breathing slaughter, followed to the war. So Mars omnipotent invades a plain, the wide destroyer the race of man. Terror, his best beloved son, attends his course, armed with stern boldness and enormous force. The pride of haughty warriors confound, and lay the strength of tyrants on the ground. From Thrace they fly, call to the dire alarms of warring Phlegians and Epherian arms. Invoked by both, relentless they dispose to these glad conquests, murderous rout to those. So marched the leaders of the Cretan train, and their bright arms shot horror o'er the plain. Then first spake Marion, shall we join the right, or combat in the center of the fight, or to the left our wonted succor lend? Hazard and fame all parts alike attend. Not in the center, Idomen replied. Our ablest chieftains the main battle guide. Each godlike Ajax makes that post his care, and gallant Teucer deals destruction there, skilled or with shafts to gall the distant field, or bear close battle on the sounding shield. These can the rage of haughty Hector tame. Safe in their arms, the navy fears no flame, till Jove himself descends, his bolts to shed and hurl the blazing ruin at our head. Great must he be, of more than human birth, nor feed like mortals on the fruits of earth. Him neither rocks can crush, nor steel can wound, whom Ajax fells not on ensanguined ground. In standing fight, he mates Achilles' force, excelled alone in swiftness in the course. Then to the left our ready arms apply, and live with glory or with glory die. He said, and Marion to appointed place, fierce as a god of battles, urged his pace. Soon as the foe the shining chiefs beheld rush like a fiery torrent o'er the field, their force embodied in a tide they pour. The rising combat sounds along the shore. As warring winds in Syria's sultry rain, from different quarters sweep the sandy plain. On every side the dusty whirlwinds rise, and the dry fields are lifted to skies. Thus by despair, hope, rage, together driven, met the black hosts, and meeting, darkened heaven. All dreadful glared the iron face of war, bristled with upright spears, that flashed afar. Die was a gleam of breastplates, helms and shields, and polished arms and blaze of flaming fields. Tremendous scene, that general horror gave, but touched with joy the bosoms of the brave. Saturn's great sons in fierce contention vied, and crowds of heroes in their anger died. The sire of earth and heaven, by Thetis won to crown with glory Peleus' godlike son, will not destruction to the Grecian powers, but spared awhile the destined Trojan towers. While Neptune, rising from his azure main, warred on the king of heaven with stern disdain, and breathed revenge and fired the Grecian train. Gods of one source, of one ethereal race, alike divine in heaven their native place. But Jove the greater, first bore the skies, and more than men or gods, supremely wise. For this, of Jove superior might afraid, Neptune in human form concealed his aid. These powers enfold the Greek and Trojan, train in war and discord's adamantine chain, indissolubly strong. The fatal tie is stretched on both, and close compelled they die. Dreadful in arms, and grown in combats gray, the bold Idomeneus controls a day. First by his hand Othryoneus was slain, swelled with false hopes, with mad ambition vain. Called by the voice of war to martial fame, from high Cabesus' distant walls he came. Cassandra's love he sought, with boast of power, and promised conquest was a proffered dower. The king consented, by his vaunt abused. The king consented, but the fates refused. Proud of himself and of the imagined bride, the field he measured with a larger stride. Him as he stalked, the Cretan javelin found. Vain was his breastplate to repel the wound. His dream of glory lost, he plunged to hell. His arms resounded as the boaster fell. The great Idomeneus bestrides the dead, and thus he cries, behold thy promise sped. Such is the help thy arms to Ilion bring, and such the contract of the Phrygian king. Our offers now, illustrious prince, receive. For such an aid what will not Argos give? To conquer Troy, with ours thy forces join, and count Atride's fairest daughter thine. Meantime, on further methods to advise, come, follow to the fleet thy new allies. There hear what Greece has on her part to say. He spoke, and dragged the gory corse away. This Asius viewed, unable to contain, before his chariot warring on the plain. His crowded coursers, to his squire consigned, impatient panted on his neck behind, to vengeance rising with a sudden spring. He hoped the conquest of the Cretan king, the wary Cretan. As his foe drew near, full on his throat discharged a forceful spear. Beneath the chin the point was seen to glide, and glittered extant at the further side, as when a mountain oak or poplar tall or pine, fit mass of some great admiral, groans to the oft-heaved axe, with many a wound, then spreads a length of ruin o'er the ground. So sunk proud Asius in that dreadful day, and stretched before his much-loved coursers lay. He grinds the dust to stain with streaming gore, and, fierce in death, lies foaming on the shore. Deprived of motion, stiff with stupid fear, stands all aghast his trembling charioteer, nor shuns the foe, nor turns the steeds away, but falls transfixed, an unresisting prey. Pierced by Antilochus, he pants beneath the stately car, and labors out his breath. Thus Asia's steeds, their mighty master gone, remain the prize of Nestor's youthful son. Stabbed at the sight, Deiphobus drew nigh, and made with force the vengeful weapon fly. The Cretan saw, and, stooping, caused a glance from his sloped shield the disappointed lance. Beneath the spacious targe, a blazing round, thick with bull hides and brazen orbits bound, on his raised arm by two strong braces stayed. He lay collected in defensive shade. O'er his safe head the javelin idly sung, and on the tinkling verge more faintly rung. Even then the spear the vigorous arm confessed, and pierced, obliquely, King Hypsenor's breast, warmed his liver. To the ground it bore the chief, his people's guardian now no more. Not unattended, the proud Trojan cries, nor unrevenged, lamented Asius lies. For thee, through hell's black portal stand displayed, this mate shall joy thy melancholy shade. Heart-piercing anguish at the haughty boast touched every Greek, but Nestor's son the most. Grieved as he was, his pious arms attend, and his broad buckler shields his slaughtered friend, till sad Mecisteus and Alastor bore his honored body to the tented shore. Nor yet from fight Idomeneus withdraws, resolved to perish in his country's cause, or find some foe, whom heaven, and he shall doom to wail his fate in death's eternal gloom. He sees Alcathous in the front aspire, great Acides was the hero's sire, his spouse Hippodame, divinely fair, Anchises' eldest hope and darling care, who charmed her parents and her husband heart with beauty, sense, and every work of art. He once of Ilian's youth the loveliest boy, the fairest she of all the fair Troy. By Neptune now the hapless hero dies, who covers with cloud those beauteous eyes, and fetters every limb. Yet bent to meet his fate he stands, nor shuns the lance of Crete, fixed to some column or deep-rooted oak, while the winds sleep. His breast received the stroke. Before the ponderous stroke his corslet yields, long used to ward the death in fighting fields. The riven armor sends a jarring sound. His laboring heart heaves with so strong a bound, the long lance shakes and vibrates in the wound. Fast flowing from its source, as prone he lay, life's purple tide impetuous gushed away. Then Idomen, insulting o'er the slain, "Behold Deiphobus!" Nor vaunt in vain. See, on one Greek 3 Trojan ghosts attend. This, my third victim, to the shades I send. Approaching now thy boasted might approve, and try the prowess of the seed of Jove. From Jove, enamour of a mortal dame, great Minos, guardian of his country, came. Deucalion, blameless prince, was Minos' heir, his firstborn I, the third from Jupiter. O'er spacious Crete and her bold sons I reign, and thence my ships transport me to the main. Lord of a host, o'er all my host I shine, a scourge to thee, thy father, and thy line. The Trojan herd, uncertain or to meet, alone, with venturous arms the king of Crete, or seek auxiliar force, at length decreed to call some hero to partake the deed. Forthwith Aeneas rises to his thought. For him in Troy's remotest lines he sought, where he, in sense of partial prime, stands, and sees superior posts in meaner hands. To him, ambitious of so great an aid, the bold Deiphobus approached, and said, "Now, Trojan prince, employ thy pious arms, if e'er thy bosom felt fair honour's charms. Alcathous dies, thy brother and thy friend. Come, and the warrior's loved remains offend. Beneath his cares thy early youth was trained, one table fed you, and one roof contained. This deed to fierce Idomeneus we owe haste, and revenge it on the insulting foe. Aeneas heard, and for a space resigned to tender pity all his manly mind. Then rising his rage, he burns to fight. The Greek awaits him with collected might. As the fell boar on some rough mountain's head, armed with wild terrors and a slaughter bred, when the loud rustics rise and shout from far, attends the tumult and expects the war, o'er his bent back the bristly horrors rise. Fire stream and lightning from his sanguine eyes. His foaming tusks both dogs and men engage, but most his hunters rouse his mighty rage. So stood Idomeneus, his javelin shook, and met the Trojan with a lowering look. Antilochus, Deipyrus, were near, the youthful offspring of the god of war, Marion and Apharius, in field renowned. To these the warrior sent his voice around. Fellows in arms, your timely aid unite. Lo, great Aeneas rushes to the fight, sprung from a god and more than mortal bold. He fresh in youth, and I in arms grown old. Else should this hand, this hour decide the strife, the great dispute of glory or of life. He spoke, and all, as with one soul, obeyed. Their lifted bucklers cast a dreadful shade around the chief. Aeneas, too, demands the assisting forces of his native bands. Paris, Deiphobus, Agenor join, coades and captains of the Trojan line winky face. In order follow all the embodied train, like Ida's flocks proceeding o'er the plain. Before his fleecy care, erect and bold, stalks the proud ram, the father the bold. With joy the swain surveys him, as he leads to cool fountains through the well-known meads. So joys Aeneas, as his native band moves on in rank and stretches o'er the land. Round dread Alcathous now the battle rose. On every side the steely circle grows. Now battered breastplates and hacked helmets ring, and o'er their heads unheeded javelins sing. Above the rest, two towering chiefs appear, their great Idomeneus, Aeneas here. Like gods of war, dispensing fate, they stood, and burned to drench the ground with mutual blood. The Trojan weapon whizzed along in air. The Cretan saw, and shunned the brazen spear, sent from an arm so strong. The missile would stuck deep in earth, and quivered where it stood. But Oenomaus received the Cretan stroke. The forceful spear his hollow corslet broke. It ripped his belly with a ghastly wound, and rolled the smoking entrails on the ground. Stretched on the plain, he sobs away his breath, and furious, grasps the bloody dust in death. The victor from his breast a weapon tears. His spoils he could not, for the shower of spears. Though now unfit an active war to wage, heavy with cumbrous arms, stiff with cold age, his listless limbs unable for the course, in standing fight he yet maintains his force, till faint with labor, and by foes repelled, his tired slow steps he drags from off the field. Deiphobus beheld him as he passed, and, fired with hate, a parting javelin cast. The javelin erred, but held its course along, and pierced Ascalaphus, the brave and young. The son of Mars fell gasping on ground, and gnashed the dust, all bloody with his wound. Nor knew the furious father his fall. High throned amidst the great Olympian hall, on golden clouds the immortal synod sate, detained from bloody war by Jove and fate. Now, where in dust the breathless hero lay, for slain Ascalaphus commenced the fray, Deiphobus to seize his helmet flies, and from his temples rends a glittering prize. Valiant as Mars, Merion's drew near, and on his loaded arm discharged his spear. He drops the weight, disabled with the pain. The hollow helmet rings against the plain. Swift as a vulture leaping on his prey, from his torn arm the Grecian rent away the reeking javelin, and rejoined his friends. His wounded brother good Polites tends. Around his waist his pious arms he threw, and from the rage of battle gently drew. Him his swift coursers on a splendid car, wrapped from the lessening thunder of the war. To Troy they drove him, groaning from the shore, and sprinkling as he passed the sands with gore. Meanwhile fresh slaughter bathes the sanguine ground. Heaps fall on heaps, and heaven and earth resound. Bold Apharius by great Aeneas bled. As toward the chief he turned his daring head, he pierced his throat. The bending head, depressed beneath his helmet, nods upon his breast. His shield reversed o'er the fallen warrior lies, and everlasting slumber seals his eyes. Antilochus, As Thun turned him round, Trans pierces back with dishonest wound. The hollow vein, that to the neck extends along the chine, his eager javelin rends. Supine he falls, and to his social train spreads his imploring arms, but spreads in vain. THV exulting victor, leaping where he lay, from his broad shoulders toward the spoils away. His time observed, for closed by foes around, on all sides thick the peals of arms resound. His shield embossed a ringing storm sustains, but he impervious and untouched remains. Great Neptune's care preserved from hostile rage this youth, the joy of Nestor's glorious age. In arms intrepid, with the first he fought, faced every foe and every danger sought. His winged lance, resistless as the wind, obeys each motion of the master's mind. Restless it flies, impatient to be free, and meditates the distant enemy. The son of Asius, Adamas, drew near and struck his target with a brazen spear fierce in his front. But Neptune wards a blow, and blunts the javelin of each eluded foe. In the broad buckler half the weapon stood. Splinter on earth flew half the broken wood. Disarmed, he mingled in the Trojan crew, but Merion's spear o'ertook him as he flew. Deep in the belly's rim an entrance found, where sharp the pang and mortal is the wound. Bending he fell, and doubled to the ground, lay panting. Thus an ox in fetters tied, while death's strong pangs distend his laboring side. His bulk enormous on the field displays. His heaving heart beats thick as ebbing life decays. The spear the conqueror from his body drew, and death's dim shadows swarmed before his view. Next brave Deipyrus in dust was laid. King Helenus waved high the Thracian blade, and smote his temples with an arm so strong, the helm fell off and rolled amid the throng. There for some luckier Greek it rests a prize, for dark in death the godlike owner lies. Raging with grief, great Menelaus burns, and fraught with vengeance, to the victor turns, that shook the ponderous lance and act to throw, and this stood adverse with a bended bow. Full on his breast a Trojan arrow fell, but harmless bounded from the plated steel. As on some ample barn's well-hardened floor, the wind collected at each open door, while the broad fan with forces whirled around. Light leaps the golden grain, resulting from the ground. So from the steel that guards Atrides' heart, repelled to distance flies the bounding dart. Atrides, watchful of the unwary foe, pierced with his lance a hand that grasped the bow, and nailed it to the yew. The wounded hand trailed the long lance that marked with blood the sand. But good Agenor gently from the wound the spear solicits, and the bandage bound, a sling soft wool, snatched from a soldier's side, at once the tent and ligature supplied. Behold, Pisander, urged by fate's decree, springs through the ranks to fall, and fall by thee, great Menelaus. To enchant thy fame, high tower in the front, the warrior came. First the sharp lance was by Atrides thrown, the lance far distant by the winds was blown, nor pierced Pisander through Atrides' shield. Pisander's spear fell shivered on the field. Not so discouraged, to the future blind, vain dreams of conquest swell his haughty mind. Dauntless he rushes with a Spartan lord, like lightning brandish his far-beaming sword. His left arm high opposed a shining shield. His right beneath, the covered poleaxe held, an olive's cloudy grain the handle made, distinct with studs, and brazen was the blade winky face. This on the helm discharged a noble blow. The plume dropped nodding to the plain below, shorn from a crest. Atrides waved his steel. Deep through his front the weighty falchion fell. The crashing bones before its force gave way. In dust and blood the groaning hero lay. Forcing their ghastly orbs and spouting gore, the clotted eyeballs tumble on the shore. And fierce Atrides spurned him as he bled, tore off his arms, and, loud exulting, said, Thus, Trojans, thus at length be taught to fear, O race perfidious, who delight in war. Already noble deeds ye have performed. A princess rape transcends a navy stormed. In such bold feat your impious might approve, without the assistance or the fear of Jove. The violated rights, the ravished aim, our heroes slaughtered and our ships on flame, crimes heaped on crimes, shall bend your glory down, and whelm in ruins yon flagitious town. O, thou great Father, Lord of earth and skies, above the thought of man, supremely wise, if from thy hand the fates of mortals flow, from whence this favor to an impious foe? A godless crew, abandoned and unjust, still breathing rapine violence and lust? The best of things beyond their measure cloy, sleep's balmy blessing, love's endearing joy. The feast, the dance, Whatever mankind desire, even the sweet charms of sacred numbers tire. But Troy forever reaps a dire delight in thirst of slaughter and in lust of fight. This said, he seized, while yet the carcass heaved, the bloody armor which his train received. Then sudden mix among the warring crew, and the bold son of Pylaemon slew. Harpalion had through Asia traveled far, following his martial father to the war. Through filial love he left his native shore, never to behold it more. His unsuccessful spear he chanced to fling against the target of the Spartan king. Thus of his lance disarmed, from death he flies, and turns around his apprehensive eyes. Him through the hip trans-piercing as he fled, the shaft of Merion mingled with the dead. Beneath the bone the glancing point descends, and, driving down, the swelling bladder rends. Sunk in his sad companion's arms he lay, and in short pantings sobbed his soul away, like some vile worm extended on the ground winky face, while life's red torrent gushed from out the wound. Him on his car, the Paphlagonian train, in slow procession bore from off the plain. The pensive father now no more, attends a mournful pomp along the shore, and unavailing tears profusely shed, and unrevenged deplore his offspring dead. Paris from far the moving sight beheld, with pity softened and with fury swelled. His honored host, a youth of matchless grace, and loved of all the Paphlagonian race. With his full strength he bent his angry bow, and winged the feathered vengeance at the foe. A chief there was, the brave Euciner named, for riches much, and more for virtue famed, who held his seat in Corinth's stately town. Polidas' son, a seer of old renown, oft to the father told his early doom, by arms abroad or slow disease a home. He climbed his vessel, prodigal of breath, and chose a certain glorious path to death. Beneath his ear the pointed arrow went. The soul came issuing at the narrow vent. His limbs, unnerved, drop useless on the ground, and everlasting darkness shades him round. Nor knew great Hector how his legions yield, wrapped in the cloud and tumult of the field. Wide on the left the force of Greece commands, and conquest hovers o'er the Achaean bands. With such a tide superior virtue swayed, and he that shakes the solid earth gave aid. But in the center Hector fixed remained, where first the gates were forced and bulwarks gained. There, on the margin of the hoary deep, their naval station where the Ajaces keep, and where low walls confine the beating tides, whose humble barrier scarce the foe divides, where late in fight both foot and horse engage, and all the thunder of the battle raged. There joined, the whole Boeotian strength remains, the proud Ionians with their sweeping trains, Locrians and Thyians, and the Epean force, but joined, repel not Hector's fiery course. The flower of Athens, Stichius, Phaedos, led Bias and great Menesthius at their head. Meges the strong the Epean bands controlled, and Dracius prudent, and Amphion bold. The Thyians, Medon, famed for martial might, and brave Podarces active in the fight. This drew from Phylacus his noble line, Iphiclus' son, and that Oileus, thine, young Ajax' brother, by a stolen embrace. He dwelt far distant from his native place, by his fierce stepdame from his father's reign expelled and exiled for her brother slain. These rule the Thyians, and their arms employ, mixed with Boeotians on the shores of Troy. Now side by side, with like unwearied care, each Ajax labored to the field of war. So when two lordly bulls, with equal toil, forced the bright plowshare to the fallow soil, joined to one yoke, the stubborn earth they tear, and trace large furrows of the shining share. O'er their huge limbs the foam descends in snow, and streams of sweat down their sour foreheads flow. A train of heroes followed to the field, who bore by turns great Ajax' sevenfold shield. Wiener he breathed, remissive of his might, tired with the incessant slaughters of the fight. No following troops his brave associate grace. In close engagement, an unpractised race, the Locrian squadrons nor the javelin wield, nor bear the helm, nor lift the moony shield, but skill from far the flying shaft of wing, or whirl the sounding pebble from the sling, dexterous with these aim a certain wound, or fell the distant warrior to the ground. Thus in the van the Telamonian train, thronged in bright arms, a pressing fight maintain. Far in the rear the Locrian archers lie, whose stones and arrows intercept the sky. The mingled tempest on the foes they pour, Troy's scattering orders open to the shower. Now had the Greeks eternal fame acquired, and the galled Ilians to their walls retired. But sage Polydamas, discreetly brave, addressed great Hector, and this counsel gave: though great in all, Thou seemst averse to lend impartial audience to a faithful friend. To gods and men thy matchless worth is known, and every art of glorious war thy own. But in cool thought and counsel to excel, how widely differs this from warring well. Content with what the bounteous gods have given. Seek not alone to engross the gifts of heaven. To some the powers of bloody war belong, to some sweet music and the charm of song. To few and wondrous few has Jove assigned a wise, extensive, all-considering mind. Their guardians these, the nations round confess, and towns and empires for their safety bless. If heaven have lodged this virtue in my breast, attend, O Hector, what I judge the best see, as thou movest, on danger's danger spread, and war's whole fury burns around thy head. Behold, distress within yon hostile wall, how many Trojans yield, disperse, or fall? What troops, outnumbered, scarce the war maintain? And what brave heroes at the ships lie slain? Here cease thy fury. And the chiefs and kings convoke to council, weigh the sum of things. Whether, the gods succeeding our desires, to yon tall ships to bear the Trojan fires, or quit the fleet and pass unhurt away, contented with the conquest of the day. I fear, lest Greece, not yet undone, pay the large debt of last revolving sun. Achilles, great Achilles, yet remains on yonder decks, and yet o'erlooks the plains. The council pleased, and Hector, with a bound, leaped from his chariot on the trembling ground. Swift as he leaped his clanging arms resound. To guard this post, he cried, thy art employ, and here detain the scattered youth of Troy. Where yonder heroes faint, I bend my way, and hasten back to end the doubtful day. This said, the towering chief prepares to go, shakes his white plumes at the breezes flow, and seems a moving mountain top with snow. Through all his host, inspiring force, he flies, and bids anew the martial thunder rise. To Panthus' son, at Hector's high command haste the bold leaders of the Trojan band. But round the battlements and round the plain, for many a chief he looked, but looked in vain. Deiphobus, nor Helenus the seer, nor Asia's son, nor Asia's self appear, for these were pierced with many a ghastly wound, some cold in death, some groaning on the ground, some low in dust, a mournful object lay. High on the wall some breathed their souls away. Far on the left, amid the throng he found, cheering the troops and dealing deaths around, the graceful Paris, whom, with fury moved, opprobrious thus to impatient chief reproved. Ill-fated Paris, slave to womankind, as smooth a face as fraudulent a mind. Whereas Deiphobus, where Asia's gone, the godlike father, and th intrepid son, the force of Helenus, dispensing fate, and great Othryoneus, so feared of late, black fate hangs o'er thee from which avenging gods, imperial Troy from her foundations nods. Whelmed in thy country's ruin shalt thou fall, and one devouring vengeance swallow all. When Paris thus, my brother, my friend, thy warm impatience makes thy tongue offend. In other battles I deserve thy blame, though then not deedless, nor unknown to fame. But since yon rampart by thy arms lay low, I scattered slaughter from my fatal bow. The chiefs you seek on yonder shore lie slain. Of all those heroes, two alone remain, Deiphobus and Helenus the seer, each now disabled by a hostile spear. Go, then, successful where thy soul inspires. This heart and hand shall second all thy fires. What with this arm I can prepare to know, till death for death be paid, and blow for blow. But 'tis not ours, with forces not our own to combat. Strength is of the gods alone. These words a hero's angry mind assuage. Then fierce they mingle with the thickest rage. Around Polydamas, disdained with blood, Cebrian, Phauces, stern Orpheus stood, Palmus, with Polypides the divine, and two bold brothers of Opotion's line, who reached fair Ilion, from Ascania far, the former day, the next engaged in war. As when from gloomy clouds a whirlwind springs, that bears Jove's thunder on its dreadful wings, wide o'er the blasted fields a tempest sweeps, then gathered, settles on hoary deeps. The afflicted deeps tumultuous mix and roar, the waves behind impel the waves before, wide rolling, foaming high, and tumbling to shore. Thus rank on rank, the thick battalions throng, chief urged on chief, and man drove man along. Far o'er the plains, in dreadful order bright, the brazen arms reflect a beamy light. Full in the blazing van great Hector shined, like Mars commissioned to confound mankind. Before him flaming his enormous shield, like the broad sun, illumined all the field. His nodding helm emits a streamy ray, his piercing eyes through all the battle stray. And while beneath his targe he flashed along, shot terrors round, that withered e'en the strong. Thus stalked he, dreadful, death was in his look. Whole nations feared, but not an Argive shook. The towering Ajax, with an ample stride, advanced the first, and thus the chief defied. Hector, come on, thy empty threats forbear. 'Tis not thy arm, 'tis thundering Jove we fear. The skilled ward us not idly given, lo. Greece is humbled, not by Troy, but heaven. Vain are the hopes that haughty mind imparts, to force our fleet. The Greeks have hands and hearts. Long ere in flames our lofty navy fall, your boasted city and your God-built wall shall sink beneath us, smoking on the ground, and spread a long unmeasured ruin round. The time shall come, when, chased along the plain, even thou shalt call on Jove, and call in vain. Even thou shalt wish, to aid thy desperate course, the wings of falcons of thy flying horse. Shalt run, forgetful of warrior's fame, while clouds of friendly dust conceal thy shame. As thus he spoke, behold, in open view, on sounding wings a dexter eagle flew. To Jove's glad omen all the Grecians rise, and hail, with shouts, his progress through the skies. Far echoing clamors bound from side to side, they ceased, and thus the chief of Troy replied, From whence this menace, this insulting strain? Enormous boaster, doomed to vaunt in vain. So may the gods on Hector life bestow, not that short life which mortals leave below, but such as those of Jove's high lineage born, the blue-eyed maid, or he that gilds the morn, as this decisive day shall end the fame of Greece, and Argos be no more a name. And thou, imperious, if thy madness wait the lance of Hector, thou shalt meet thy fate. That giant corse, extended on the shore, shall largely feast the fowls with fat and gore. He said, and like a lion stalked along, with shouts incessant earth and ocean rung, sent from his following host. The Grecian train with answering thunders filled the echoing plain, a shout that tore heaven's concave, and above shook the fixed splendors of the throne of Jove. Greek earrings. Book XIV. Argument. Juno deceived Jupiter by the girdle of Venus. Nestor, sitting at the table with Machaon, is alarmed with the increasing clamor of war, and hastens to Agamemnon. On his way he meets that prince with Diomed and Ulysses, whom he informs of the extremity of the danger. Agamemnon proposes to make their escape by night, which Ulysses withstands, to which Diomed adds his advice, that, wounded as they were, they should go forth and encourage the army with their presence, which advice is pursued. Juno, seeing the partiality of Jupiter to the Trojans, forms a design to overreach him. She sets off her charms with the utmost care, and, the more surely to enchant him, obtains the magic girdle of Venus. She then applies herself to the god asleep, and, with some difficulty, persuades him to seal the eyes of Jupiter. This done, she goes to Mount Ida, where the god, at first sight, is ravished with her beauty, sinks in her embraces, and is laid asleep. Neptune takes advantage of his slumber and succors the Greeks. Hector is struck to ground with prodigious stone by Ajax, and carried off from a battle. Several actions succeed, till the Trojans, much distressed, are obliged to give way. The lesser Ajax signalizes himself in particular manner. But not the genial feast nor flowing bowl could charm the cares of Nestor's watchful soul. His startled ears the increasing cries attend. Then thus impatient to his wounded friend, What new alarm, divine Machaon, say, what mixed events attend this mighty day? Hark, how the shouts divide and how they meet, and now come full and thick into the fleet. Here with a cordial draught dispel thy care. Let Hecamede the strengthening bath prepare, refresh thy wound, and cleanse the clotted gore, while I the adventures of the day explore. He said, and, seizing Thrasymedes' shield, his valiant offspring, hastened to the field. That day the son his father's buckler bore winky face. Then snatched a lance, and issued from the door. Soon as the prospect opened to his view, his wounded eyes a scene of sorrow knew, dire disarray, the tumult of the fight, the wall in ruins, and the Greeks in flight. As when old ocean's silent surface sleeps, the waves just heaving on the purple deeps, while yet the expected tempest hangs on high, weighs down the cloud, and blackens in the sky. The massive waters will no wind obey. Jove sends one gust, and bids 'em roll away. While wavering counsels does his mind engage, fluctuates in doubtful thought the Pylian sage, to join the host or to the general haste. Debating long, he fixes on the last. Yet as he moves, the sight his bosom warms. The field rings dreadful with the clang of arms. The gleaming falchions flash, the javelins fly. Blows echo blows, and all or kill or die. Him, in his march, the wounded princes meet, by tardy steps ascending from the fleet. The king of men, Ulysses the divine, and who to Tydeus owes his noble line. Their ships at distance from the battle stand, in lines advance along the shelving strand, whose bay the fleet unable contain at length. Beside the margin of the main, rank above rank, the crowded ships they moor, who landed first, lay highest on the shore. Supported on the spears, they took their way, unfit to fight, but anxious for the day. Nestor's approach alarmed each Grecian breast. Whom thus the general of the host addressed: "O grace and glory of the Achaean name, what drives thee, Nestor, from the field of fame? Shall then proud Hector see his boast fulfilled, our fleets in ashes, and our heroes killed?" Such was his threat. Ah, now too soon made good, on many a Grecian bosom writ in blood. Is every heart inflamed with equal rage against your king? Nor will one chief engage? And have I lived to see with mournful eyes in every Greek a new Achilles rise? Gerenian Nestor then, so fate has willed, and all-confirming time has fate fulfilled. Not he that thunders from the aerial bower, not Jove himself, upon the past has power. The wall, our late inviolable bound and best defense, lies smoking on the ground. Even to the ships their conquering arms extend, and groans of slaughtered Greeks to heaven ascend. On speedy measures and employ your thought in such distress. If counsel profit aught, arms cannot much. Though Mars our souls in sight, these gaping wounds withhold us from the fight. To him the monarch, that our army bends, that Troy triumphant our high fleet ascends, and that the rampart, laid our surest trust and best defense, lies smoking in the dust. All this from Jove's afflictive hand we bear, who, far from Argos, wills our ruin here. Past are the days when happier Greece was blessed, and all his favor, all his aid confessed. Now heaven averse, our hand from battle ties, and lifts the Trojan glory to the skies. Cease we at length to waste our blood in vain, and launch what ships lie nearest the main. Leave these at anchor, till the coming night. Then, if impetuous Troy forbear to fight, bring all to sea, and hoist each sail for flight. Better from evils, well foreseen, to run, than perish in the danger we may shun. Thus he, the sage Ulysses, thus replies, while anger flashed from his disdainful eyes. What shameful words, unkingly as thou art, fall from that trembling tongue and timorous heart? O were thy sway the curse of meaner powers, and thou the shame of any host but ours. A host, by Jove endued with martial might, and taught to conquer, or to fall in fight, adventurous combats and bold wars to wage, employed our youth, and yet employs our age. And wilt thou thus desert the Trojan plain, and have whole streams of blood been spilt in vain? In such base sentence, if thou couch thy fear, speak in whispers, lest a Greek should hear. Lives are a man so dead to fame, who dares to think such meanness, or the thought declares? And comes it even from him whose sovereign sway the banded legions of all Greece obey? Is this a general's voice that calls to flight, while war hangs doubtful, while his soldiers fight? What more could Troy? What yet their fate denies thou givest a foe, all Greece becomes their prize. No more the troops, our hoisted sails in view, themselves abandoned, shall a fight pursue, but thy ships flying with despair shall see, and owe destruction to a prince like thee. Thy just reproofs, Atrides' calm replies, like arrows pierce me, for thy words are wise. Unwilling as I am to lose the host, I force not Greece to quit this hateful coast. Glad I submit, whoe'er or young or old, aught more conducive to our weal unfold. Tydides cut him short, and thus began. Such counsel, if you seek, behold a man who boldly gives it, and what he shall say, young though he be, disdain not to obey. A youth, who from a mighty Tydeus springs, may speak to councils and assemble kings. Hear then in me the great Oenid son, whose honored dust his race of glory run, lies whelmed in ruins of the Theban wall, brave in his life, and glorious in his fall. With 3 bold sons was generous Protus blessed, who Pleuron's walls and Calydon possessed, Melas and Agrius, but who far surpassed the rest in courage. Ennius was the last. From him, my sire, from Calydon expelled, he passed to Argos, and in exile dwelled, the monarch's daughter there. So Jove ordained, he won, and flourished where Adrastus reigned. There, rich in fortune's gifts, his acres tilled, beheld his vines their liquid harvest yield, and numerous flocks that whitened all the field. Such Tydeus was the foremost once in fame, nor lives in Greece a stranger to his name. Then, what for common good my thoughts inspire, attend, and in the son respect the sire. Though sore battle, though with wounds oppressed, let each go forth and animate the rest, advance the glory which he cannot share, though not partaker, witness of the war. But lest new wounds on wounds o'erpower us quite beyond the missile javelin's sounding flight, safe let us stand, and from the tumult far inspire the ranks and rule the distant war. He added not, the listening kings obey. Slow moving on, Atrides leads the way. The god of ocean, to inflame their rage, appears a warrior furrowed o'er with age. Pressing his own, the general's hand he took, and thus the venerable hero spoke. Atrides, lo, with what disdainful eye Achilles sees his country's forces fly, blind, impious man, whose anger is his guide, who glories in unutterable pride. So may he perish. So may Jove disclaim the wretch relentless, and o'erwhelmed with shame. But heaven forsakes not thee. O'er yonder sand soon shalt thou view the scattered Trojan bands fly diverse, while proud kings and chiefs renowned, driven heaps on heaps, with clouds involve around of rolling dust, their winged wheels employ to hide their ignominious heads in Troy. He spoke, then rushed amid the warrior crew, and sent his voice before him as he flew, loud, as the shouting countering armies yield when twice 10,000 shake the laboring field. Such was the voice, and such the thundering sound of him whose trident rends the solid ground. Each Argive bosom beats to meet the fight, and grisly war appears a pleasing sight. Meantime Saturnia from Olympus' brow, high throned in gold, beheld the fields below. With joy the glorious conflict she surveyed, where her great brother gave the Grecians aid. But placed aloft, on Ida's shady height, she sees her Jove, and trembles at the sight. Jove to deceive, what method shall she try? What arts, to blind his all-beholding eye? At length she trusts her power, resolved to prove the old, yet still successful, cheat of love, against his wisdom to oppose her charms, and lull the Lord of thunders in her arms. Swift to her bright apartment she repairs, sacred address and beauty's pleasing cares. With skill divine had Vulcan formed the bower, safe from access of each intruding power. Touched with her secret key, the doors unfold. Self-closed, behind her shut the valves of gold. Here first she bathes, and round her body pours soft oils of fragrance and ambrosial showers. The winds, perfumed, the balmy gale convey through heaven, through earth, and all the aerial way. Spirit divine, whose exhalation greets the sense of gods with more than mortal sweets. Thus while she breathed of heaven, with decent pride her artful hands her radiant tresses tied. Part on her head in shining ringlets rolled, part o'er her shoulders wave like melted gold. Around her next a heavenly mantle flowed, that rich with Pallas-labored colors glowed. Large clasps of gold the foldings gathered round, a golden zone her swelling bosom bound. Far-beaming pendants tremble in her ear, each gem illumined with a triple star. Then o'er her head she cast a veil more white than new-fallen snow, and dazzling as the light. Last her fair feet, celestial sandals grace. Thus issuing radiant with majestic pace, forth from the dome the imperial goddess moves, and calls the mother that smiles and loves. How long, to Venus thus apart she cried, shall human strife celestial minds divide? Ah, yet will Venus aid Saturnia's joy, and set aside the cause of Greece and Troy. Let heaven's dread empress, Cytherea said, speak her request, and deem her will obeyed. Then grant me, said the queen, those conquering charms, that power which mortals and immortals warms, that love which melts mankind in fierce desires, and burns the sons of heaven with sacred fires. For lo, I haste to those remote abodes, where the great parents, sacred source of gods, Ocean and Tethys their old empire keep, on the last limits of the land and deep. In their kind arms my tender years were past, what time old Saturn, from Olympus cast. Of upper heaven to Jove resigned a reign, whelmed under the huge mass of earth and main. For strife, I hear, has made the union cease, which held so long that ancient pair in peace. What honor and what love shall I obtain if I compose those fatal feuds again? Once more their minds in mutual ties engage, and what my youth is owed, repay their age. She said, with awe divine, the queen of love obeyed the sister and the wife of Jove, and from her fragrant breast his own embrace with various skill and high embroidery graced. In this was every art and every charm to win the wisest and the coldest warm, fond love, the gentle vow, the gay desire, the kind deceit, the still reviving fire, persuasive speech, and the more persuasive sighs, silence that spoke, and eloquence of eyes. This on her hand the Cyprian goddess laid. Take this, and with it all thy wish, she said. With smiles she took the charm, and smiling pressed the powerful cestus to her snowy breast. Then Venus to the courts of Jove withdrew, whilst from Olympus pleased Saturnia flew. O'er high Pieria thence her course she bore, o'er fair Mathia's ever-pleasing shore, o'er Haemus hills with snows eternal crowned, nor once her flying foot approached the ground. Then taking wing from Athos' lofty steep, she speeds to Lemnos o'er the rolling deep, and seeks the cave of death's half-brother, sleep. Sweet, pleasing sleep. Saturnia thus began, who spreads thy empire o'er each god and man. If e'er obsequious thy Juno's will, O power of slumbers, hear and favor still. Shed thy soft dews on Jove's immortal eyes, while sunk in love's entrancing joys he lies. A splendid footstool and a throne, that shine with gold unfading somnus, shall be thine, the work of Vulcan, to indulge thy ease, when wine and feast thy golden humors please. Imperial dame, the balmy power replies, great Saturn's heir and empress of the skies. O'er other gods I spread my easy chain. The sire of all, old ocean, owns my reign, and his hushed waves lie silent on the main. But how, unbidden, shall I dare to steep Jove's awful temples in the dew of sleep? Long since, too venturous, at thy bold command, on those eternal lids I laid my hand. What time, deserting Ilion's wasted plain, his conquering son, Alcides, ploughed the main, when lo, the deeps arise, the tempests roar, and drive a hero to the coned shore. Great Jove, awaking, shook the blessed abodes with rising wrath, and tumbled gods on gods. Me chief he sought, and from the realms on high had hurled indignant to the nether sky. But gentle night, to whom I fled for aid, the friend of earth and heaven, her wings displayed, empowered the wrath of gods and men to tame. Even Jove revered the venerable dame. Vain are thy fears, the queen of heaven replies, and, speaking, rolls her large majestic eyes. Think'st thou that Troy has Jove's high favor won, like great Alcides, his all-conquering son? Hear, and obey the mistress of the skies, nor for the deed expect a vulgar prize. For know, thy loved one shall be ever thine, the youngest grace, passeth thee the divine. Swear then, he said, by those tremendous floods that roar through hell and bind the invoking gods. Let the great parent earth one hand sustain, and stretch the other o'er the sacred main. Call the black Titans, that with Kronos dwell, to hear and witness from the depths of hell, that she, my loved one, shall be ever mine, the youngest grace, passeth thee the divine. The queen assents, and from the infernal bowers invokes the sable subterranean powers, and those who rule the inviolable floods, whom mortals name the dread Titanian gods, sleep, escaping from the wrath of Jupiter, then swift as wind, o'er Lemnos smoky, how they wing their way, and Imbrus sea-beat soil, through air unseen, involved in darkness glide, and light on Lectos, on the point of Ide, mother of savages, whose echoing hills are heard resounding with 100 rills. Fair Ida trembles underneath the god. Hushed are her mountains and her forests gnawed. There on fir whose spiry branches rise to join its summit to the neighboring skies, dark and embowering shade, concealed from sight, sat Sleep in likeness of the bird of night. Calcis is named by those of heavenly birth, but called Semindus by the race of earth. To Ida's top successful Juno flies. Great Jove surveys her with desiring eyes. The god, whose lightning sets the heavens on fire, through all his bosom feels a fierce desire. Fierce as when first by stealth he sees her charms, mixed with her soul, and melted in her arms. Fixed on her eyes he fed his eager look, then pressed her hand, and thus with transport spoke. Why comes my goddess from the ethereal sky, and not her steeds and flaming chariot nigh? Then she, I haste to those remote abodes where the great parents of the deathless gods, the reverend ocean and grey Tethys, reign on the last limits of the land and main. I visit these, to whose indulgent cares I owe the nursing of my tender years. For strife, I hear, has made that union cease which held so long that ancient pair in peace. The steeds, prepare my chariot, convey o'er earth and seas, and to the aerial way, wait under-eyed. Of thy superior power to ask consent, I leave the Olympian bower, nor seek, unknown to thee, the sacred cells deep under seas, where hoary ocean dwells. For that, said Jove, suffice another day, but eager love denies the least delay. Let softer cares the present hour employ, and be these moments sacred all to joy. Ne'er did my soul so strong a passion prove, or for an earthly or a heavenly love. Not when I press Ixion's matchless dame, whence rose Pirithous like the gods in fame. Not when fair Nay felt a shower of gold stream into life, whence Perseus brave and bold. Not thus I burn for either Theban dame. Bacchus from that Alcides came, nor Phoenix' daughter, beautiful and young, whence godlike Rhadamanth and Minos sprung. Not thus I burn for fair Latona's face, nor comelier Ceres' more majestic grace. Not thus even for thyself I felt desire, as now my veins receive the pleasing fire. He spoke. The goddess with the charming eyes glows with celestial red, and thus replies, Is this a scene for love? On Ida's height, expose a mortal and immortal sight, our joys profaned by each familiar eye, the sport of heaven and fable of the sky. How shall I e'er review the blessed abodes, or mix among the scent of the gods? Shall I not think that, with disordered charms, all heaven beholds me recent from thy arms? With skill divine as Vulcan formed thy bower, sacred to love and to the genial hour. If such thy will, to that recess retire, in secret there indulge thy soft desire. She ceased, and, smiling with superior love, thus answered mild the cloud-compelling Jove, Nor god nor mortal shall our joys behold, shaded with clouds and circumfused in gold. Not even the sun, who darts through heaven his rays, and whose broad eye the extended earth surveys. Gazing he spoke, and, kindling at the view, his eager arms around the goddess threw. Glad earth perceives, and from her bosom pours unbidden herbs and voluntary flowers. Thick new-born violets a soft carpet spread, and clustering lotus swelled the rising bed, and sudden hyacinth the turf bestro and flamy crocus made the mountain glow. Their golden clouds concealed a heavenly pair, steeped in soft joys and circumfused with air. Celestial dews, descending o'er the ground, perfume a mountain and breathe ambrosia round. At length, with love and sleep's soft power oppressed, the panting thunderer nods and sinks to rest. Now to the navy borne on silent wings, to Neptune's ear-soft sleep his message brings. Beside him sudden unperceived he stood, and thus with gentle word addressed the god. Now, Neptune, now, the important hour employ, to check awhile the haughty hopes of Troy, while Jove yet rests, while yet my vapors shed the golden vision round his sacred head. For Juno's love, and Somnus' pleasing ties, have closed those awful and eternal eyes. Thus having said, the power of slumber flew on human lids to drop the balmy dew. Neptune, with zeal increased, renews his care, and towering in the foremost ranks of war, indignant thus, O once of martial fame, O Greeks, if yet ye can deserve the name, this half-recovered day shall Troy obtain? Shall Hector thunder at your ships again? Lo, still he vaunts, and threats the fleet with fires, while stern Achilles in his wrath retires. One hero's loss too tamely you deplore. Be still yourselves, and ye shall need no more. Oh, yet, if glory any bosom warms, brace on your firmest helms, and stand to arms. His strongest spear each valiant Grecian wield. Each valiant Grecian sees his broadest shield. Let to the weak the lighter arms belong. The ponderous targe be wielded by the strong. Thus armed, not Hector shall our present stay. Myself, ye Greeks, myself will lead the way. Greeks shield the troops' ascent. Their martial arms they change. The busy chiefs their banded legions range. The kings, though wounded and oppressed with pain, with helpful hands themselves assist the train. The strong and cumbrous arms the valiant wield. The weaker warrior takes a lighter shield. Thus sheathed in shining brass, In bright array the legions march, and Neptune leads away. His brandished falchion flames before their eyes, like lightning flashing through the fright skies. Clad in his might, the earth-shaking power appears. Pale mortals tremble and confess their fears. Troy's great defender stands alone in the wed, arms his proud host, and dares oppose a god. And lo, the god and wondrous man appear. The sea's stern ruler there, and Hector here. The roaring main, at her great master's call, rose in huge ranks, and formed a watery wall around the ships. Seas hanging o'er the shores, both armies join. Earth thunders, ocean roars. Not half so loud the bellowing deeps resound, when stormy winds disclose a dark profound. Less loud the winds that from the Aeolian hall roar through the woods, and make whole forests fall. Less loud the woods, when flames and torrents pour, catch the dry mountain and its shades devour. With such a rage the meeting hosts are driven, and such a clamor shakes the sounding heaven. The first bold javelin, urged by Hector's force, directed Ajax' bosom winged its course, but there no pass the crossing belts afford. One braced a shield, and one sustained the sword. Then back the disappointed Trojan drew, and cursed the lance that unavailing flew. But 'scaped not Ajax, his tempestuous hand a ponderous stone upheaving from the sand, where heaps laid loose beneath the warrior's feet, or served to ballast or to prop the fleet. Tossed round and round, the missive marble flings. On the raised shield a fallen ruin rings. Full on his breast and throat with force descends. Nor deadened there its giddy fury spends, but whirling on with many a fiery round, smokes in the dust, and plows into the ground. As when the bolt, red hissing from above, darts on the consecrated planet Jove, the mountain oak in flaming ruin lies, black from the blow, and smokes of sulphur rise. Stiff with amaze the pale beholders stand, and own the terrors of the almighty hand. So lies great Hector prostrate on the shore. His slackened hand deserts the lance it bore, his following shield a fallen chief o'erspread. Beneath his helmet dropped his fainting head. His load of armor, sinking to the ground, clanks on the field, a dead and hollow sound. Loud shouts of triumph fill the crowded plain. Greece sees, and hope, Troy's great defender slain. All spring to seize him. Storms of arrows fly, and thicker javelins intercept the sky. In vain an iron tempest hisses round. He lies protected and without a wound. Polydamas, Agenor the divine, the pious warrior of Anchises' line, and each bold leader of the Lycian band, with covering shields, a friendly circle, stand as mournful followers, with assistant care, the groaning hero to his chariot bear. His foaming coursers, swifter than the wind, speed to the town, and leave the war behind. When now they touch the mead's enameled side, where gentle Xanthus rolls his easy tide, with watery drops the chief they sprinkle round, placed on the margin of the flowery ground. Raised on his knees, he now ejects the gore, now faints anew, low sinking on the shore. By fits he breathes, half views the fleeting skies, and seals again by fits his swimming eyes. Soon as the Greeks the chief's retreat beheld, with double fury each invades the field. Oily and Ajax first his javelin sped, pierced by whose point the son of Enops bled. Satnius the brave, whom beauteous Nice bore midst her flocks on Satnio's silver shore winky face. Struck through the belly's rim, the warrior lies supine, and shades eternal veil his eyes. An arduous battle rose around the dead. By turns the Greeks, by turns the Trojans bled. Fire with revenge, Polydamas drew near, and Epithunor shipped the trembling spear. The driving javelin through his shoulder thrust, he sinks to earth, and grasps the bloody dust. Lo, thus, the victor cries, we rule the field, and thus their arms a race of Pandas wield. From this unerring hand there flies no dart, but bathes its point within a Grecian heart. Propped on that spirit which thou owest thy fall, go, guide thy darksome steps to Pluto's dreary hall. He said, and sorrow touched each Argive breast. The soul of Ajax burned above the rest. As by his side the groaning warrior fell, at the fierce foe he launched his piercing steel. The foe, reclining, shunned the flying death, but fate Archilochus demands thy breath. Thy lofty birth no succor could impart. The wings of death o'ertook thee on the dart. Swift performed heaven's fatal will. It fled full on the juncture of the neck and head, and took the joint, and cut the nerves in twain. The dropping head first tumbled on the plain. So just a stroke, that yet the body stood erect, then rolled along the sands in blood. Here, proud Polydamas, here turn thy eyes. The towering Ajax loud insulting cries. Say, is this chief extended on the plain a worthy vengeance for Perthunner slain? Mark well his port, his figure and his face, nor speak him vulgar, nor vulgar race. Some lines, methinks, may make his lineage known, Antenor's brother, or perhaps his son. He spake, and smiled severe, for well he knew the bleeding youth. Troy saddened at the view, but furious Acamas avenge his cause. As Promachus his slaughtered brother draws, he pierced his heart. Such fate attends you all, proud Argives, destined by our arms to fall. Not Troy alone, but haughty Greece, shall share the toils, the sorrows, and the wounds of war. Behold your Promachus deprived of breath, a victim owed to my brave brother's death. Not unappeased, he enters Pluto's gate, who leaves a brother to revenge his fate. Heart-piercing anguish struck the Grecian host, but touched the breast of bold Peneleus most. At the proud boaster he directs his course. The boaster flies and shuns superior force. But young Ilioneus received the spear. Ilioneus, his father's only care. Phorbas the rich, of all the Trojan train whom Hermes loved and taught the art of gain. Full in his eye the weapon chanced to fall, and from a fibre scooped the rooted ball, drove through the neck, and hurled him to plain. He lifts his miserable arms in vain. Swift his broad falchion fierce Peneleus spread, and from the spouting shoulders struck his head. To earth at once the head and helmet fly. The lance, yet sticking to the bleeding eye, the victor seized. And, as aloft he shook the gory visage, thus insulting spoke. Trojans, your great Ilioneus behold. Haste, to his father let the tale be told. Let his high roofs resound with frantic woe, such as the house of Promachus must know. Let doleful tidings greet his mother's ear, such as the Promachus' sad spouse we bear. When we victorious shall to Greece return, and the pale matron in our triumphs mourn. Dreadful he spoke, then tossed the head on high. The Trojans hear, they tremble and they fly. Aghast they gaze around a fleeting wall, and dread the ruin that impends on all. Daughters of Jove, that on Olympus shine, ye all beholding, all recording 9. Oh, say, when Neptune made proud Ilion yield, what chief, what hero first embrid the field? Of all the Grecians, what immortal name, and whose blessed trophies will you raise to fame? Thou first, great Ajax. On the unsanguined plain laid Hirtius, leader of the Mysian train. Phauces and Mermer, Nestor's son o'erthrew, bold Marion, Mores and Hippotion slew. Strong Periphetes and Prothun bled, by Teucer's arrows mingled with the dead. Pierced in the flank by Menelaus' steel, his people's pastor, Hipporenor fell. Eternal darkness wrapped the warrior round, and the fierce soul came rushing through the wound. But stretched in heaps before Oileus' son, fall mighty numbers run. Ajax the less, of all the Grecian race skilled in pursuit and swiftest in the chase. Bacchus, Book XV, Argument, the fifth battle at the ships, and the acts of Ajax. Jupiter, awaking, sees the Trojans repulsed in the trenches, Hector in a swoon, and Neptune at the head of the Greeks. He is highly incensed at the artifice of Juno, who appeases him by her submissions. She is then sent to Iris and Apollo. Juno, repairing to the assembly of the gods, attempts, with extraordinary address, to incense them against Jupiter. In particular, she touches Mars with violent resentment. He is ready to take arms, but is prevented by Minerva. Iris and Apollo obey the orders of Jupiter. Iris commands Neptune to lead the battle, to which, after much reluctance and passion, he consents. Apollo rain-spires Hector with vigor, brings him back to the battle, marches before him with his aegis, and turns the fortune to fight. He breaks down great part of the Grecian wall. The Trojans rush in and attempt to fire the first line of the fleet, but are as yet repelled by the greater Ajax with prodigious slaughter. Now in swift flight they pass the trench profound, and many a chief lay gasping on the ground, then stopped and panted, with the chariots lie fear on their cheek and horror in their eye. Meanwhile, awakened from his dream of love, on Ida's summit sat imperial Jove. Round the wide field he cast a careful view. There saw the Trojans fly. The Greeks pursue, these proud in arms, those scattered o'er the plain, and, midst the war, the monarch of the main. Not far, great Hector on the dust he spies, his sad associates round with weeping eyes, ejecting blood, and panting yet for breath, his senses wandering to the verge of death. The god beheld him with a pitying look, and thus incensed to fraudful Juno spoke. O thou, still adverse to the eternal will, forever studious in promoting ill, thy arts have made the godlike Hector yield, and driven his conquering squadrons from the field. Canst thou, unhappy in thy wiles, withstand our power immense and brave the almighty hand? Hast thou forgot, when, bound and fixed on high, from the vast concave of the spangled sky, I hung thee trembling in a golden chain, and all the raging gods opposed in vain? Headlong I hurled them from the Olympian hall, stunned in the whirl and breathless with the fall. For godlike Hercules these deeds were done, nor seemed the vengeance worthy such a son. When by thy wiles induced, fierce Boreas tossed the shipwrecked hero on the Cone coast. Him through 1,000 forms of death I bore, and sent Argos in his native shore. Hear this, remember, and our fury dread, nor pull the unwilling vengeance on thy head, lest arts and blandishments successless prove thy soft deceits and well-dissembled love. The Thunderer spoke, imperial Juno mourned, and trembling, these submissive words returned. By every oath that powers immortal ties, the foodful earth and all-enfolding skies, by thy black waves, tremendous Styx, that flow through the drear realms of gliding ghosts below, by the dread honors of thy sacred head, and that unbroken vow, our virgin bed, not by my arts the ruler of the main steeps Troy in blood, and ranges round plain, by his own ardor his own pity swayed, to help his Greeks, he fought and disobeyed, else had thy Juno better counsels given, and taught submission to the Sire of Heaven. Think'st thou with me, fair Empress of the skies? The immortal father with a smile replies winky face. Then soon the haughty sea-god shall obey, nor dare to act but when we point the way. If truth inspires thy tongue, proclaim our will to yon bright synod on the Olympian hill. Our high decree let various Iris know, and call the god that bears the silver bow. Let her descend, and from the embattled plain command the sea god to his watery reign, while Phoebus hastes great Hector to prepare to rise afresh, and once more wake the war. His laboring bosom re-inspires with breath, and calls his senses from the verge of death. Greece chased by Troy, even to Achilles' fleet, shall fall by thousands at the hero's feet. He, not untouched with pity, to the plain shall send Patroclus, but shall send in vain what youths he slaughters under Ilion's walls. Even my loved son, divine Sarpedon, falls, vanquished at last by Hector's lance he lies. Then, nor till then shall great Achilles rise, and lo, that instant godlike Hector dies. From that great hour the war's whole fortune turns, Pallas assists and lofty Ilion burns. Not till that day shall Jove relax his rage, nor one of all the heavenly host engage in aid of Greece. The promise of God I gave, and sealed it with the almighty nod, Achilles' glory to the stars to raise. Such was our word, and fate the word obeys. The trembling queen, the almighty order given, swift from the Idaean summit shot to heaven, as some wayfaring man, who wanders o'er in thought a length of land he trod before, sends forth his active mind from place to place, joins hill to dale, and measures space with space. So swift flew Juno to the blessed abodes, if thought a man can match the speed of gods. There sat the powers in awful synod place. They bowed and made obeisance as she passed through all the brazen dome frowny face 239. With goblets crowned they hail her queen. The nectar streams around. Fair Themis first presents the golden bowl, and anxious asks what cares disturb her soul? To whom the wide-armed goddess thus replies, Enough thou know'st the tyrant of the skies, severely bent his purpose to fulfill, unmoved his mind, and unrestrained his will. Go thou, the feast of heaven attend thy call. Bid the crowned nectar circle round the hall. But Jove shall thunder through the ethereal dome such stern decrees, such threatened woes to come, as soon shall freeze mankind with dire surprise, and damp the eternal banquets of the skies. The goddess said, and sullen took her place. Black horror saddened each celestial face. To see the gathering grudge in every breast, smiles on her lips a spleenful joy expressed, while on her wrinkled front and eyebrow bent sat steadfast care and lowering discontent. Thus she proceeds, Attend, ye powers above, but know, 'tis madness to contest with Jove. Supreme he sits, and sees in pride of sway. Your vassal godheads grudgingly obey. Fierce in the majesty of power controls, shakes all the thrones of heaven, and bends the poles. Submiss immortals, all he wills, obey. And now, Great Mars, begin and show the way. Behold Ascalaphus, behold him die. But dare not murmur, dare not vent a sigh. Thy own love boasted offspring lies o'erthrown, if that love boasted offspring be thy own. Stern Mars, with anguish for his slaughtered son, smote his rebelling breast, and fierce begun. Thus then, immortals, thus shall Mars obey. Forgive me, gods, and yield my vengeance way. Descending first yon forbidden plain, the god of battles dares avenge the slain. Dares, though the thunder bursting o'er my head should hurl me blazing on those heaps of dead. With that he gives command of fear and flight to join his rapid coursers of fight. Then grim in arms, with hasty vengeance flies, arms that reflect a radiance through the skies. And now at Jove, by bold rebellion driven, discharge his wrath on half the host of heaven. But Pallas, springing to the bright abode, starts from her azure throne to calm the god. Struck for the immortal race with timely fear, from frantic Mars she snatched the shield and spear. Then the huge helmet lifting from his head, thus to the impetuous homicide she said, By what wild passion furious art thou tossed? Strivest thou with Jove? Thou art already lost. Shall not the thunderer's dread command restrain? And was imperial Juno heard in vain? Back to the skies wouldst thou with shame be driven, and in thy guilt involve the host of heaven? Ilion and Greece no more should Jove engage. The skies would yield an ampler scene of rage. Guilty and guiltless find an equal fate, and one vast ruin whelm the Olympian state. Cease in thy offspring's death unjust call. Heroes as great have died, and yet shall fall. Why should heaven's law with foolish man comply, exempted from the race ordained to die? This menace fixed a warrior to his throne. Sullen he sat, and curbed the rising groan. Then Juno called, Jove's orders to obey, the winged Iris and the god of day. Go await the thunderers, will, Saturnia cried. On yon tall summit the fountful eyed. There in the Father's awful presence stand, receive and execute his dread command. She said and sat, the god that gild the day, and various Iris winged their airy way. Swift as the wind, to Ida's hills they came, fair nurse of fountains, in a savage game. There sat the Eternal, he whose nod controls the trembling world, and shakes the steady poles. Veiled in a mist of fragrance him they found, with clouds of gold and purple circled round. Well pleased the thunderers saw their earnest care, and prompt obedience to the queen of air. Then, while a smile serenes his awful brow, commands the goddess of the showery bow. Iris, descend, and what we here ordain, report to yon mad tyrant of the main. Bid him from fight to his own deeps repair, or breathe from slaughter in the fields of air. If he refuse, then let him timely weigh our elder birthright and superior sway. How shall his rashness stand the dire alarms, if heaven's omnipotence descend in arms? Strives he with me, by whom his power was given, and is there equal to the Lord of heaven? The Almighty spoke, the goddess winged her flight, to sacred Ilion from the Idaean height. Swift as a rattling hail or fleecy snows, drive through the skies when Boreas fiercely blows. So from the clouds descending Iris falls, and a blue Neptune thus the goddess calls, Attend the mandate of sire above. In me behold the messenger of Jove. He bids thee from forbidden wars repair to thine own deeps, or to the fields of air. This if refused, he bids thee timely weigh his elder birthright and superior sway. How shall thy rashness stand the dire alarms, if heaven's omnipotence descend in arms? Strivest thou with him by whom all power is given? And art thou equal to the Lord of heaven? What means the haughty sovereign of the skies? The king of ocean thus, incensed, replies winky face. Rule as he was portioned realms on high. No vassal god, nor of his train, am I. 3 brother deities from Saturn came, and ancient Rhea, earth's immortal dame. Assigned by lot, our triple rule we know. Infernal Pluto sways the shades below. O'er the wide clouds and o'er the starry plain, ethereal Jove extends his high domain. My court beneath the hoary waves I keep, and hush the roarings of the sacred deep. Olympus and this earth in common lie. What claim has here the tyrant of the sky? Far in the distant clouds let him control, and all the younger brothers of the pole. There to his children his commands be given, the trembling servile, second race of heaven. And must I then, said she, O sire of floods, bear this fierce answer to the king of gods? Correct it yet, and change thy rash intent. A noble mind disdains not to repent. To elder brothers guardian fiends are given, to scourge the wretch insulting them in heaven. Great is the prophet, thus the god rejoined, when ministers are blessed with prudent mind. Warned by thy words, to powerful Jove I yield, and quit, though angry, the contended field. Not but his threats with justice I disclaim, the same our honors, and our birth the same. If yet, forgetful his promise given to Hermes' palace, and the queen of heaven, to favor Ilion, that perfidious place, he breaks his faith with half the ethereal race. Give him to know, unless the Grecian train lay on proud structures level with the plain, however the offense by other god be past, the wrath of Neptune shall for ever last. Thus speaking, furious from the field he strode, and plunged into bosom of the flood. The Lord of thunders from his lofty height beheld, and thus bespoke the source of light. Behold, the god whose liquid arms are hurled around a globe, whose earthquakes rock the world, does this at length his rebel war to wage, seeks his own seas, and trembles at our rage. Else at my wrath, heaven's thrones all shaking round, burned the bottom of the seas profound. And all the gods that round old Saturn dwell had heard the thunders to the deeps of hell. Woe was the crime, and well the vengeance spared. Even power immense had found such battle hard. Go thou, my son, the trembling Greeks alarm, shake my broad aegis on thy active arm, be godlike Hector thy peculiar care, swell his bold heart, and urge his strength to war. Let Ilion conquer, to the Achaean train fly to their ships and Hellespont again. Then Greece shall breathe from toils. The Godhead said, his will divine the son of Jove obeyed. Not half so swift the sailing falcon flies, that drives a turtle through the liquid skies, as Phoebus, shooting from the Idaean brow, glides down the mountain to plain below. There Hector seated by the stream he sees, his sense returning with the coming breeze. Again his pulses beat, his spirits rise. Again his low companions meet his eyes. Jove thinking of his pains. They passed away. To whom the god who give the golden day? Why sits great Hector from the field so far? What grief, what wound, withholds he from a war? The fainting hero, as the vision bright stood shining o'er him, half unsealed his sight. What blessed immortal, with commanding breath, thus wakens Hector from the sleep of death? Has fame not told, how, while my trusty sword bade Greece in slaughter, and her battle gored, the mighty Ajax with deadly blow had almost sunk me to the shades below? Even yet, methinks, the gliding ghosts I spy, and hell's black horrors swim before my eye. To him Apollo, be no more dismayed, see and be strong, the Thunderer sends thee aid. Behold, thy Phoebus shall his arms employ, Phoebus, propitious still to thee and Troy. Inspire thy warriors then with manly force, and to the ships impel thy rapid horse. Even I will make thy fiery coursers way, and drive the Grecians headlong to the sea. Thus the bold Hector spoke the son of Jove, and breathed immortal ardor from above, as when the pampered steed, with reins unbound, breaks from his stall and pours along the ground. With ample strokes he rushes to the flood, to bathe his sides and cool his fiery blood. His head now freed, he tosses to the skies, his mane disheveled o'er his shoulders flies. He snuffs the females in the well-known plain, and springs exulting to his fields again, urged by the voice divine. Thus Hector flew, full of the god, and all his host pursue. As when a force of men and dogs combined invade the mountain goat or branching hind, far from the hunter's rage secure, they lie close in a rock, not fated yet to die, when lo, a lion shoots across the way. They fly, at once the chasers and the prey. So Greece, that late in conquering troops pursued, and marked their progress through the ranks in blood, soon as they see the furious chief appear, forget to vanquish and consent to fear. Thoas with grief observe his dreadful course, Thoas, the bravest of the Aetolian force, skilled to direct the javelin's distant flight, and bold to combat in the standing fight, not more in counsels famed for solid sense, than winning words and heavenly eloquence. Gods, what portent, he cried, these eyes invades? Lo, Hector rises from the Stygian shades. We saw him late by thundering Ajax killed. What god restores him to the fright field, and not content that half of Greece lies slain, pours new destruction on her sons again? He comes not, Jove, without thy powerful will. Lo, still he lives, pursues, and conquers still. Yet hear my counsel, and his worst withstand. The Greeks' main body to the fleet command. But let the few whom brisker spirits warm stand the first onset and provoke the storm. Thus point your arms, and when such foes appear, fierce as he is, let Hector learn to fear. The warrior spoke, the listening Greeks obey, thickening their ranks and form a deep array. Each Ajax, Teucer, Marion gave command, the valiant leader the Cretan band. And Mars like Medges, these the chiefs excite, approach the foe and meet the coming fight. Behind, unnumbered multitudes attend, to flank the navy and the shores defend. Full on the front the pressing Trojans bear, and Hector first came towering to the war. Phoebus himself the rushing battle led, a veil of clouds involved his radiant head. High held before him, Jove's enormous shield portentous shone, and shaded all the field. Vulcan to Jove the immortal gift consigned, to scatter hosts and terrify mankind. The Greeks expect a shock. The clamors rise from different parts and mingle in the skies. Dire was a hiss of darts, by heroes flung, and arrows leaping from the bowstring sung. These drink the life of generous warriors slain. Those guiltless fall and thirst for blood in vain. As long as Phoebus bore unmoved the shield, sat doubtful conquest hovering o'er the field. But when aloft he shakes in the skies, shouts in their ears, and lightens in their eyes, deep horror seizes every Grecian breast. Their force is humbled, and their fear confessed. So flies a herd of oxen, scattered wide, no swain to guard them, and no day to guide, when two fell lions from the mountain come, and spread the carnage through the shady gloom. Impending Phoebus pours around them fear, and Troy and Hector thunder in the rear. Heaps fall on heaps. The slaughter Hector leads, first great Arcesilas, then Stichius bleeds, one of the bold Boeotians ever dear, and one Mnestheus' friend, and fame compeer. Meeting in Iasus, Aeneas sped. This sprang from Phelus, and the Athenians led. But hapless meeting from Oileus came. Him Ajax honor with brother's name, though born of lawless love. From home expelled, a banished man, in Phylace he dwelled, pressed by the vengeance of an angry wife. Troy ends at last his labors in his life. Mecistes next Polydamas o'erthrew, and the brave Clonius great Agenor slew. By Paris, Diaicus inglorious dies, pierced through the shoulder as he basely flies. Polite's arm laid Echius on the plain. Stretched on one heap, the victors spoil the slain. The Greeks dismayed, confused, disperse or fall. Some seek the trench, some skulk behind the wall. While these fly trembling, others pant for breath, and o'er the slaughter stalks gigantic death. On rushed bold Hector, gloomy as the night, forbids the plunder, animates the fight, points to the fleet. For by the gods, who flies, who dares but linger, by this hand he dies. No weeping sister is cold, I shall close. No friendly hand his funeral pyre compose. Who stops the plunder at the signal hour, the birds shall tear him, and the dogs devour. Furious, he said, the smarting scourge resounds. The coursers fly, the smoking chariot bounds. The hosts rush on, loud clamors shake the shore. The horses thunder, earth and ocean roar. Apollo, planted at the trenches bound, pushed at the bank. Down sank the enormous mound. Rolled in the ditch the heapy ruin lay. A sudden road, a long and ample way o'er the dread fosse, a late impervious space. Now steeds and men and cars tumultuous pass. The wondering crowds a downward level trod. Before them flamed the shield and marched to God. Then with his hand he shook the mighty wall, and lo, the turrets gnawed, the bulwarks fall. Easy as when ashore an infant stands, and draws imagined houses and sands. The sport of wanton, pleased with some new play, sweeps the slight works and fashioned domes away. Thus vanish at thy touch the towers and walls. The toil of thousands in a moment falls. The Grecians gaze around with wild despair, confuse and weary all the powers with prayer. Exhort their men with praises, threats, commands, and urge the gods with voices, eyes, and hands. Experienced Nestor chief Optus the skies, and weeps his country with a father's eyes. O Jove, if ever on his native shore one Greek enrich thy shrine with offered gore, if e'er, in hope our country behold, we pay the fattest firstlings of the fold, if e'er thou sign'st our wishes with thy nod, perform the promise of a gracious God, this day preserve our navies from flame, and save the relics of the Grecian name. Thus prayed the sage. The Eternal gave consent, and peals of thunder shook the firmament. Presumptuous Troy mistook the accepting sign, and catched new fury at the voice divine. As when black tempests mix the seas and skies, the roaring deeps and watery mountains rise, above the sides of some tall ship ascend, its womb they deluge, and its ribs they rend, thus loudly roaring and o'erpowering all, mount the thick Trojans up the Grecian wall. Legions on legions from each side arise, thick sound the keels, the storm of arrows flies. Fierce on the ships above, the cars below, these wield the mace and those the javelin throw. While thus the thunder the battle rage, and laboring armies round the works engaged, still in the tent Patroclus sat to tend the good Eurypylus, his wounded friend. He sprinkles healing balms to anguish kind, and adds discourse, the medicine of the mind. But when he saw, ascending up the fleet, victorious Troy, then, starting from his seat, with bitter groans his sorrows he expressed, he wrings his hands, he beats his manly breast. Though yet thy state require redress, he cries, depart I must, what horrors strike my eyes? Charged with Achilles' high command I go, a mournful witness of the scene of woe. I haste to urge him by his country's care to rise in arms, and shine again in war. Perhaps some favoring god his soul may bend, the voice is powerful of a faithful friend. He spoke, and, speaking, swifter than the wind sprung from the tent, and left the war behind. The embodied Greeks the fierce attack sustain, but strive, though numerous, to repulse in vain. Nor could the Trojans, through that firm array, force to the fleet and tense the impervious way. As when a shipwright with Palladian art smooths the rough wood and levels every part. With equal hand he guides his whole design, by the just rule and the directing line. The martial leaders, with like skill and care, preserved their line and equal kept the war. Brave deeds of arms through all the ranks were tried, and every ship sustained an equal tide. At one proud bark, high towering o'er the fleet, Ajax the great and godlike Hector meet. For one bright prize the matchless chiefs contend, nor this the ships can fire, nor that defend. One kept the shore and one the vessel trod, that fixed his fate, this acted by a god. The son of Clitius in his daring hand, the deck approaching, shakes a flaming brand, but, pierced by Telamon's huge lance, expires. Thundering he falls, and drops the extinguished fires. Great Hector viewed him with a sad survey, as stretched in dust before the stern he lay. Oh, all of Trojan, all of Lycian race, stand to your arms, maintain this arduous space. Lo, where the son of royal Clitius lies. Ah, save his arms, secure his obsequies. This said, his eager javelin sought the foe, but Ajax shunned the meditated blow. Not vainly, yet the forceful lance was thrown. It stretched in dust unhappy Lycophron. An exile long, sustained at Ajax' board, a faithful servant to a foreign lord. In peace and war, forever at his side, near his love-master, as he lived, he died. From the high poop he tumbles on the sand, and lies a lifeless load along the land. With anguish Ajax views the piercing sight, and thus inflames his brother to the fight. Teucer, behold, extended on the shore our friend, our love companion, now no more, dear as a parent. With a parent's care to fight our wars, he left his native air. This death deplored, to Hector's rage we owe, revenge, revenge on the cruel foe. Where are those darts on which the fates attend? And where the bow which Phoebus taught to bend? Impatient Teucer, hastening to his aid, before the chief his ample bow displayed. The well-stored quiver on his shoulders hung. Then hissed his arrow and the bowstring sung. Clytus, Pisenner's son, renowned in fame, to thee, Polydamas, an honored name, drove for the thickest of the embattled plains the startling steeds, and shook his eager reins. As all on glory ran his ardent mind, the pointed death arrests him from behind. Through his fair neck the thrilling arrow flies. In youth's first bloom reluctantly he dies. Hurled from the lofty seat at distance far, the headlong courser spurned his empty car, till sad Polydamas the steeds restrained, and gave Astinus to thy careful hand. Then, fired to vengeance, rushed amidst the foe, rage edged his sword, and strengthened every blow. Once more bold Teucer, in his country's cause, at Hector's breast a chosen arrow draws, and had the weapon found the destined way, thy fall, great Trojan, had renown that day. But Hector was not doomed to perish then. The all-wise disposer of the fates of men, imperial Jove, his present death withstands. nor was such glory due to Teucer's hands. At its full stretch as a tough string he drew. Struck by an arm unseen, it burst in two. Down dropped the bow. The shaft with brazen head fell innocent, and on the dust lay dead. The astonished archer to great Ajax cries, "Some god prevents our destined enterprise. Some god, propitious to the Trojan foe, has, from my arm unfailing, struck the bow, and broke the nerve my hands had twined with art, strong to impel the flight of many a dart. Since heaven commands it," Ajax made reply, "dismiss the bow, and lay thy arrows by. Thy arms no less suffice the lance to wield, and quit the quiver for the ponderous shield. In the first ranks indulge thy thirst of fame. Thy brave example shall arrest in flame. Fierce as they are, by long successes vain, to force our fleet, or even ship to gain, asks toil and sweat and blood. Their utmost might shall find its match, no more. 'Tis ours to fight." Then Teucer laid his faithless bow aside, the fourfold buckler o'er his shoulder tied. On his brave head a crested helm he placed, with nodding horsehair formidably graced. A dart, whose point with brass refulgent shines, the warrior wields, and his great brother joins. This Hector saw, and thus expressed his joy: "Ye troops of Lycia, Dardanus, and Troy, be mindful of yourselves, your ancient fame, and spread your glory with the navy's flame. Jove is with us. I saw his hand, but now, from the proud archer strike his vaunted bow. Indulgent Jove, how plain thy favors shine, when happy nations bear the marks divine. How easy, then, to see the sinking state of realms accursed, deserted, reprobate, such is the fate of Greece, and such is ours. Behold, ye warriors, and exert your powers. Death is the worst, a fate which all must try, and for our country, 'tis a bliss to die. The gallant man, though slain in fight he be, yet leaves his nation safe, his children free, entails a debt on all the grateful state. His own brave friend shall glory in his fate, his wife live honored, all his race succeed, and late posterity enjoy the deed." This roused the soul in every Trojan breast. The godlike Ajax next his Greeks addressed: "How long, ye warriors of the Argive race, to generous Argos what a dire disgrace? How long on these cursed confines will ye lie, yet undetermined or to live or die? What hopes remain, what methods to retire, if once your vessels catch the Trojan fire? Mark how the flames approach, how near they fall, how Hector calls, and Troy obeys his call. Not to the dance that dreadful voice invites, it calls to death and all the rage of fights. 'Tis now no time for wisdom or debates. To your own hands are trusted all your fates, and better far in one decisive strife. One day should end our labor or our life, then keep this hard got into barren sands, still pressed, and pressed by such inglorious hands. The listening Grecians feel their leaders' flame, and every kindling bosom pants for fame. Then mutual slaughter spread on either side. By Hector here the Phocian Schedius died. There, pierced by Ajax, sunk Laodamas, chief of the foot of old Antenor's race. Polydamas laid Otis on the sand, the fierce commander of the Epean band. His lance bold Meges at the victor threw. The victor, stooping, from the death withdrew. That valued life, O Phoebus, was thy care. But Croesmus' bosom took the flying spear. His corpse fell bleeding on the slippery shore. His radiant arms triumphant Meges bore. Dolops, the son of Lampus, rushes on, sprung from the race of old Laomedon, and famed for prowess in a well-fought field. He pierced the center of his sounding shield. But Meges, Phyleus' ample breastplate wore, well known in fight on Celis' winding shore. For King Euphetes gave the golden mail compact and firm with many a jointed scale, which oft, in cities stormed and battles won, had saved the father and now saves the son. Full of the Trojan's head he urged his lance, with a high plumes above the helmet dance, new tinged with Tyrian dye. In dust below, shorn from crest, the purple honors glow. Meantime their fight the Spartan king surveyed, and stood by Meges' side a sudden aid. Through Dolops' shoulder urged his forceful dart, which held his passage to the panting heart, and issued at his breast. With thundering sound the warrior falls, extended on the ground. In rush the conquering Greeks to spoil the slain, but Hector's voice excites his kindred train. The hero most, from Hystean sprung, fierce Melanippus, gallant, brave, and young. He ere to Troy the Grecians cross amain, fed his large oxen on Percotes' plain. But when oppressed, his country claimed his care, returned to Ilion, and excelled in war. For this in Priam's court he held his place, beloved no less than Priam's royal race. Him Hector singled, as his troops he led, and thus inflamed him, pointing to the dead. Lo, Melanippus! Lo, where Dolops lies! And is it thus our royal kinsman dies? Matched he falls, to two at once a prey, and lo, they bear the bloody arms away. Come on, a distant war no longer wage, but hand to hand thy country's foes engage, till Greece at once in all her glory end, or Ilion from her towery height descend, heave from the lowest stone, and bury all in one sad sepulchre, one common fall. Hector, this said, rushed forward on the foes. With equal ardor Melanippus glows. Then Ajax thus, O Greeks, respect your fame, respect yourselves, and learn an honest shame. Let mutual reverence, mutual warmth inspire, and catch from breast to breast a noble fire. On valor's side the odds of combat lie. The brave live glorious, or lament to die. The wretch that trembles in the field of fame meets death, and worse than death, eternal shame. His generous sense he not in vain imparts. It sunk and rooted in the Grecian hearts. They join, they throng, they thicken at his call, and flank the navy with a brazen wall. Shields touching shields, in order blaze above, and stop the Trojans, though impelled by Jove. The fiery Spartan first, with loud applause, warms the bold son of Nestor in his cause. Is there, he said, in arms a youth like you, so strong to fight, so active to pursue? Why stand you distant, nor attempt a deed? Lift the bold lance, and make some Trojan bleed. He said, and backward to the lines retired. Forth rushed the youth with martial fury fired, beyond the foremost ranks. His lance he threw, and round the black battalions cast his view. The troops of Troy recede with sudden fear, while the swift javelin hissed along in air. Advancing Melanippus met the dart with his bold breast, and felled it in his heart. Thundering he falls. His falling arms resound, his broad buckler rings against the ground. The victor leaps upon his prostrate prize. Thus on a row the well-breathed beagle flies, and rends aside, fresh bleeding with the dart the distant hunter sent into his heart. Observing Hector to the rescue flew. Bold as he was, Antilochus withdrew. So when a savage, ranging o'er the plain, has torn the shepherd's dog or shepherd's swain, while conscious of the deed, he glares around, and hears the gathering multitude resound. Timely he flies the yet untasted food, and gains the friendly shelter of the wood. So fears the youth. All Troy with shouts pursue, while stones and darts in mingled tempest flew. But entered in the Grecian ranks, he turns his manly breast, and with new fury burns. Now on the fleet the tides the Trojans drove, fierce to fulfill the stern decrees of Jove. The sire of gods, confirming Thetis' prayer, the Grecian ardor quenched in deep despair, but lifts to glory Troy's prevailing bands, swells all their hearts, and strengthens all their hands. On Ida's top he waits, with longing eyes, to view the navy blazing to the skies, and nor till then the scale of war shall turn the Trojans fly, and conquered Ilion burn. These fates revolved in his almighty mind. He raises Hector to the work designed, bids him with more than mortal fury glow, and drives him like a lightning on the foe. So Mars, when human crimes for vengeance call, shakes his huge javelin, and whole armies fall. Not with more rage a conflagration rolls, wraps the vast mountains, and involves the poles. He foams with wrath. Beneath his gloomy brow like fiery meteors his red eyeballs glow. The radiant helmet on his temple burns, waves when he nods, and lightens as he turns. For Jove his splendor round the chief had thrown, and cast a blaze of both the hosts on one. Unhappy glories! For his fate was near, due to stern Pallas and Peleid spear. Yet Jove deferred the death he was to pay, and gave what fate allowed the honors of a day. Now all on fire for fame his breast, his eyes burn at each foe and single every prize. Still at the closest ranks, the thickest fight, he points his ardor and exerts his might. The Grecian phalanx, moveless as a tower, on all sides battered, yet resists his power. So some tall rock o'erhangs a hoary main by winds assailed, by billows beat in vain. Unmoved he hears, above, the tempest blow, and sees the watery mountains break below. Girt in surrounding flames, he seems to fall like fire from Jove, and burst upon them all. Burst as a wave that from the cloud impends, and, swell with tempest, on the ship descends. White are the decks with foam. The winds aloud howl o'er the masts, and sing through every shroud. Pale, trembling, tired, the sailors freeze with fears, and instant death on every wave appears. So pale the Greeks the eyes of Hector meet, the chief so thunders and so shakes the fleet, as when a lion, rushing from his den, amidst the plain of some wide-watered fun, where numerous oxen, as at ease they feed, at large expatiate o'er the ranker mead, leaps on the herds for the herdsman's eyes. The trembling herdsman far distance flies. Some lordly bull, the rest dispersed and fled. He singles out, arrests, and lays him dead. Thus from the rage of Jove like Hector flew all Greece in heaps. But one he seized and slew, Mycenaean Periphes, a mighty name, in wisdom great, in arms well known to fame. The minister stern Eurystheus' ire against Alcides. Coprius was his sire. The son redeemed the honors of the race, a son as generous as the sire was base. O'er all his country's youth conspicuous far in every virtue, or peace or war, but doomed to Hector's stronger force to yield. Against the margin of his ample shield he struck his hasty foot. His heels upsprung. Supine he fell, his brazen helmet rung. On the fallen chief the invading Trojan pressed, and plunged a pointed javelin in his breast. His circling friends, who strove to guard too late the unhappy hero fled, or shared his fate. Chased in the foremost line, the Grecian train now manned the next, receding toward the main. Wedged in one body at the tents they stand, walled round with sterns, a gloomy, desperate band. Now manly shame forbids inglorious flight. Now fear itself confines them to fight. Man courage breeds in man. But Nestor most, the sage preserver of the Grecian host, exhorts, adjures, to guard these utmost shores, and by their parents, by themselves implores. O friends, be men, your generous breasts inflame with mutual honor and with mutual shame. Think of your hopes, your fortunes, all the care your wives, your infants, and your parents share. Think of each living father's reverend head. Think of each ancestor with glory dead. Absent, by me they speak, by me they sue, they ask their safety and their fame from you. The gods their fates on this one action lay, and all are lost if you desert the day. He spoke, and round him breathed heroic fires. Minerva seconds what the sage inspires. The mist of darkness Jove around them threw she cleared, restoring all the war to view. A sudden ray shot beaming o'er the plain, and showed the shores, the navy, and the main. Hector they saw, and all who fly or fight, the scene wide opening to the blaze of light. First of the field great Ajax strikes their eyes, his port majestic and his ample size, a ponderous mace with studs of iron crowned. Full 20 cubits long he swings around, nor fights, like others, fixed to certain stands, but looks a moving tower above the bands. High on the decks with vast gigantic stride, the godlike hero stalks from side to side. So when a horseman from a watery mead, skilled in the manage of the bounding steed, drives for fair coursers, practiced to obey, to some great city to the public way. Safe in his art, as side by side they run, he shifts a seat and vaults from one to one, and now to this and now to that he flies, admiring numbers follow with their eyes. From ship to ship, thus Ajax swiftly flew, no less to wonder the warring crew. As furious, Hector thundered threats aloud, and rushed in rage before the Trojan crowd. Then swift invades the ships, whose beaky proas lay rank contiguous on the bending shores. So the strong eagle from his airy height, who marks the swans or cranes' embody flight, stoops down impetuous, while they light for food, and, stooping, darkens with his wings the flood. Jove leads him on with his almighty hand, and breathes fierce spirits in his following band. The warring nations meet, the battle roars, thick beats the combat on the sounding prores. Thou wouldst have thought, so furious was their fire, no force could tame them, and no toil could tire, as if new vigor from new fights they won, and the long battle was but then begun. Greece, yet unconquered, kept alive the war, secure of death, confiding in despair. Troy in proud hopes already viewed the main bright with a blaze, and red with heroes slain. Like strength is fell from hope and from despair, and each contends, as it were all the war. 'Twas thou, bold Hector, whose resistless hand first seized a ship on that contested strand, the same which dead Protesilaus bore the first that touched the unhappy Trojan shore. For this in arms the warring nations stood, and bathed their generous breasts with mutual blood. No room to poise the lance or bend the bow, but hand to hand and man to man they grow, wounded they wound, and seek each other's hearts with falchions, axes, swords, and shortened darts. The falchions ring, shields rattle, axes sound, swords flash in air or glitter on the ground. With streaming blood the slippery shores are dyed, and slaughtered heroes swell the dreadful tide. Still raging, Hector with his ample hand grasps the high stern, and gives this loud command. Ajax defending the Greek ships, haste, bring the flames. That toil of 10 long years is finished, and the day desired appears. This happy day with acclamations greet, bright with destruction of yon hostile fleet. The coward counsels of a timorous throng of reverend dotards checked our glory long. Too long Jove lulled us with lethargic charms, but now in peals of thunder calls to arms. In this great day he crowns our full desires, wakes all our force, and seconds all our fires. He spoke. The warriors at his fierce command pour a new deluge on the Grecian band. Even Ajax paused, so thick the javelins fly, stepped back and doubted or to live or die. Yet, where the oars are placed, he stands to wait what chief approaching dares attempt his fate. Even at last his naval charge offends, now shakes his spear, now lifts and now protends. Even yet, the Greeks with piercing shouts inspires, amidst attacks and deaths and darts and fires. O friends, O heroes, names were ever dear, one sons of Mars, and thunderbolts of war. Ah, yet be mindful your old renown, your great forefathers' virtues and your own. What aids expect you in this utmost strait? What bulwarks rise in between you and fate? No aids, no bulwarks your retreat attend, no friends to help, no city to defend. This spot is all you have, to lose or keep. There stand the Trojans, and here rolls the deep. 'Tis hostile ground you tread, your native land's far, far from hence. Your fates are in your hands. Raging he spoke, nor further wastes his breath, but turns his javelin to the work of death. Whatever bold Trojan armed his daring hands against the sable ships with flaming brands, so will the chief his naval weapon sped. The luckless warrior to stern lay dead. Full 12, the boldest, in a moment fell, sent by great Ajax to the shades of hell. Castor and Pollux. Book XVIII. Argument the sixth battle. The axe and death of Patroclus, in pursuance of the request of Nestor in the 11th book, entreats Achilles to suffer him to go to the assistance of the Greeks with Achilles' troops and armor. He agrees to it, but at the same time charges him to content himself with rescuing the fleet, without further pursuit of the enemy. The armor, horses, soldiers, and officers are described. Achilles offers a libation for the success of his friend, after which Patroclus leads the Myrmidons to battle. The Trojans, at the sight of Patroclus in Achilles' armor, taking him for that hero, are cast into the uttermost consternation. He beats them off in the vessels. Hector himself flies. Sarpedon is killed, though Jupiter was averse to his fate. Several other particulars of the battle are described, in the heat of which Patroclus, neglecting the orders of Achilles, pursues the foe to the walls of Troy, where Apollo repulses and disarms him, Euphorbus wounds him, and Hector kills him, which concludes the book. So warred both armies on the ensanguined shore, while the black vessels smoked with human gore. Meantime Patroclus to Achilles flies. The streaming tears fall copious from his eyes. Not faster, trickling to the plains below. From the tall rock the sable waters flow. Divine Pelides with compassion moved, thus spoke, indulgent, to his best beloved Patroclus. Say, what grief thy bosom bears, that flows so fast in these unmanly tears? No girl, no infant whom a mother keeps from her loved breast, with fonder passion weeps. Not more the mother's soul, that infant warms, clung to her knees, and reaching at her arms, than thou hast mine. Oh, tell me, to what end thy melting sorrows thus pursue thy friend? Grievest thou for me or for my martial band? Or come sad tidings from our native land? Our fathers live our first most tender care. Thy good Menoetius breathes the vital air, and hoary Peleus yet extends his days, pleased in their age to hear their children's praise. Or may some meaner cause thy pity claim? Perhaps yon relics of the Grecian name, doomed in their ships to sink by fire and sword, and pay the forfeit of their haughty lord? Whatever the cause, reveal thy secret care, and speak those sorrows which a friend would share. A sigh that instant from his bosom broke. Another followed, and Patroclus spoke. Let Greece at length with pity touch thy breast, thyself a Greek, and once of Greeks the best. Lo, every chief that might her fate prevent lies pierced with wounds and bleeding in his tent. Eurypylus, Tydides, a true son, and wise Ulysses, at the navy groan, more for their country's wounds than for their own. Their pain soft arts of pharmacy can ease. Thy breast alone no lenitives appease. May never rage like thine my soul enslave, O great in vain, unprofitably brave. Thy country slighted in her last distress. What friend, what man, from thee shall hope redress? No, men unborn and ages yet behind shall curse that fierce, that unforgiving mind. O man unpitying, if of man thy race, but sure thou spring'st not from a soft embrace, nor ever amorous hero caused thy birth, nor ever tender goddess brought thee forth. Some rugged rock's hard entrails gave thee form, and raging seas produced thee in storm. A soul well suiting that tempestuous kind, so rough thy manners, so untamed thy mind. If some dire oracle thy breast alarm, if aught from Jove or Thetis, stop thy arm. Some beam of comfort yet on Greece may shine, if I but lead the Myrmidonian line. Clad in thy dreadful arms if I appear, proud Troy shall tremble and desert the war. Without thy person Greece shall win the day, and thy mere image chase her foes away. Pressed by fresh forces, her o'er-laboured train shall quit the ships, and Greece respire again. Thus blind to fate, with supplicating breath, thou begg'st his arms, and in his arms thy death. Unfortunately good, a boding sigh thy friend returned, and with it this reply, Patroclus, thy Achilles knows no fears, nor word from Jove nor oracles he hears, nor aught a mother's caution can suggest. The tyrant's pride lies rooted in my breast. My wrongs, my constant thought engage, those my sole oracles inspire my rage. I made him tyrant, gave him power to wrong even me. I felt it, and shall feel it long. The maid, my black-eyed maid, he forced away, due to the toils of many a well-fought day, due to my conquest of her father's reign, due to the votes of all the Grecian train. From me force her, me, the bold and brave, disgraced, dishonored, like the meanest slave. But bear we this, the wrongs I grieve are past. 'Tis time our fury should relent at last. I fixed its date, the day I wished appears. How Hector to my ships his battle bears, the flames my eyes, the shouts invade my ears. Go then, Patroclus, court fair honor's charms in Troy's famed fields and in Achilles' arms. Lead forth my martial Myrmidons to fight. Go save the fleets and conquer in my right. See the thin relics of their baffled band at the last edge of yon deserted land. Behold, all Ilion on their ships descends. How the cloud blackens, how the storm impends. It was not thus, when at my sight amazed, Troy saw and trembled, as this helmet blazed. Had not the injurious king our friendship lost, yon ample trench had buried half her host. No camps, no bulwarks now the Trojans fear. Those are not dreadful, no Achilles there. No longer flames the lance of Tydeus' son. No more your general calls his heroes on. Hector alone I hear. His dreadful breath commands your slaughter or proclaims your death. Yet now, Patroclus, issue to the plain. Now save the ships, the rising fires restrain, and give the Greeks to visit Greece again. But heed my words and mark a friend's command, who trusts his fame and honors in thy hand, and from thy deeds expects the Achaean host shall render back the beauteous maid he lost. Rage uncontrolled through all the hostile crew, but touch not Hector. Hector is my due, though Jove in thunder should command the war. Be just, consult my glory and forbear. The fleet once saved, desist from further chase, nor lead to Ilion's walls a Grecian race. Some adverse god thy rashness may destroy, some god, like Phoebus, ever kind to Troy. Let Greece, redeemed from this destructive strait, do her own work, and leave the rest to fate. Oh, would all the immortal powers above, Apollo, Pallas, and almighty Jove, that not one Trojan might be left alive, and not a Greek of all the race survive. Might only we the vast destruction shun, and only we destroy the accursed town. Such conference held the chiefs, while on the strand great Jove with conquest crowned the Trojan band. Ajax no more the sounding storm sustained, so thick the darts and iron tempest rained. On his tired arm the weighty buckler hung, his hollow helm of falling javelins rung. His breath in quick short pantings comes and goes, and painful sweat from all his members flows. Spent and o'erpowered, he barely breathes at most, yet scarce an army stirs him from his post. Dangers on dangers all around him glow, and toil to toil, and woe succeeds to woe. Say, Muses, thrown above the starry frame, how first the navy blazed with Trojan flame. Stern Hector waved his sword, and standing near, where furious Ajax plied his ashen spear, full on the lance a stroke so justly sped, that the broad falchion lopped its brazen head. His pointless spear the warrior shakes in vain. The brazen head falls sounding on the plain. Great Ajax saw and owned the hand divine, confessing Jove, and trembling at the sign, warned he retreats. Then swift from all sides pour the hissing brands, thick streams of fiery shower. O'er the high stern the curling volumes rise, and sheets of rolling smoke involve the skies. Divine Achilles viewed the rising flames, and smote his thigh, and thus aloud exclaims, Arm, arm, Patroclus! Lo, the blaze aspires. The glowing ocean reddens with the fires. Arm, ere our vessels catch the spreading flame. Arm, ere the Grecians be no more name. I haste to bring the troops. The hero said. The friend with ardor and with joy obeyed. He cased his limbs in brass, and first around his manly legs with silver buckles bound the clasping greaves. Then to his breast applies the flaming cuirass of 1,000 dyes, emblazed with studs of gold his falchion shone in the rich belt, as in a starry zone. Achilles' shield his ample shoulders spread, Achilles' helmet nodded o'er his head. Adorned in all his terrible array, he flashed around in tolerable day. Alone untouched, Pelides' javelin stands, not to be poised by Pelides' hands. From Pelion's shady brow the plan entire old Chiron rent, and shaped it for his sire, whose son's great arm alone the weapon wields, the death of heroes and the dread of fields. Buckles the brave Automedon, an honored name, the second to his lord in love and fame, in peace his friend and partner of the war. The winged coursers harnessed to the car, Xanthus and Balius, of immortal breed, sprung from the wind, unlike the wind in speed, whom the winged Harpy, swift Podarge, bore, by Zephyr pregnant on the breezy shore. Swift Pedasus was added to their side, once great Aeacians, now Achilles' pride, who, like in strength, in swiftness, and in grace, a mortal courser matched the immortal race. Achilles speeds from tent to tent, and warms his hardy Myrmidons to blood and arms. All breathing death, around the chief they stand, a grim, terrific, formidable band. Grim as voracious wolves, that seek the springs when scalding thirst their burning bowels rings. When some tall stag, fresh slaughter in the wood, has drenched their wide insatiate throats with blood, to the black fount they rush, a hideous throng, with paunch distended and with lolling tongue. Fire fills their eye, their black jaws belch the gore, and gorged with slaughter still they thirst for more. Like furious, rush the Myrmidonian crew, such their dread strength and such their deathful view. High in the midst the great Achilles stands, directs their order and the war commands. He, loved of Jove, had launched for Ilian shores full 50 vessels, manned with 50 oars. 5 chosen leaders of fierce bands obey, himself supreme in valor as in sway. First marched Menesthius, of celestial birth, derived from thee, whose waters wash the earth, divine Sperchius, Jove descended flood, a mortal mother mixing with a god. Such was Menesthius, but Mescal by fame the son of Boris, that espoused a dame. Euterus next, whom Polymele the gay, famed in the graceful dance, produced a day. Her sly Selenius loved. On her would gaze, as with swift step she formed the running maze. To her high chamber from Diana's choir, the god pursued her, urged, and crowned his fire. The son confessed his father's heavenly race, and aired his mother's swiftness in the chase. Strong Echecleus, blessed in all those charms that please the god, succeeded to her arms, not conscious of those loves, long hid from fame. With gifts of price he sought and won the dame. Her secret offspring to her sire she bare. Her sire caressed him with a parent's care. Pisander followed, matchless in his art to wing the spear or aim the distant dart. No hand so sure of all the Mathian line, or of a surer, great Patroclus. Thine, the fourth by Phoenix, grave command was graced. Laris's valiant offspring led the last. Soon as Achilles with superior care had called the chiefs, and ordered all the war, this stern remembrance to his troops he gave. Ye far-famed Myrmidons, ye fierce and brave, think what threats you dared the Trojan throng. Think what reproach these ears endured so long. Stern son of Peleus, thus ye used to say, while restless, raging, in your ships you lay. O nurse with gall, unknowing how to yield, whose rage defrauds us of so famed a field. If that dire fury must forever burn, what make we here? Return, ye chiefs, return. Such were your words. Now, warriors, grieve no more. Lo, there the Trojans. Bathe your swords in gore. This day shall give you all your soul demands, glut all your hearts, and weary all your hands. Diana thus, while he roused the fire in every breast, close and more close the listening cohorts pressed, ranks wedged in ranks. Of arms a steely ring still grows and spreads and thickens round the king, as when a circling wall the builder forms, of strength offensive against wind and storms. Compacted stones a thickening work compose, and round and wide the rising structure grows. So helm to helm, and crest to crest a throng, shield urged on shield, and man drove man along. Thick, undistinguished plumes, together joined, float in one sea, and wave before the wind. Far o'er the rest in glittering pomp appear their bold automaton, Patroclus here, brothers in arms, with equal fury fired. Two friends, two bodies with one soul inspired. But mindful of the gods, Achilles went to the rich coffer in his shady tent. There lay on heaps his various garments rolled, and costly furs, and carpet stiff with gold, the present of the silver-footed dame. From thence he took a bowl of antique frame, which never man had stained with ruddy wine, nor raised in offerings to the power divine, but Peleus' son. And Peleus' son to none had raised in offerings, but to Jove alone. This tinged with sulphur, sacred first aflame, he purged, and washed it in the running stream. Then cleansed his hands, and fixing for a space his eyes on heaven, his feet upon the place of sacrifice, the purple draught he poured forth in the midst, and thus the god implored, O thou supreme, high throne all height above, O great Pelasgic, Dodonian Jove, who, mid surrounding frosts and vapors chill, presence on bleak Dodona's vocal hill, whose groves the Selli, race austere, surround, their feet unwashed, their slumbers on the ground, who hear, from rustling oaks, thy dark decrees, and catch the fates, low whisper in the breeze winky face. Here, as of old, thou gav'st, at Thetis' prayer, glory to me and to the Greeks' despair. Lo, to the dangers of the fighting field the best, the dearest of my friends, I yield, though still determined, to my ships confined. Patroclus gone, I stay but half behind. Oh, be his guard thy providential care, confirm his heart, and string his arm to war. Pressed by a single force, let Hector see his fame and arms not owing all to me. But when the fleets are saved from foes and fire, let him with conquest and renown retire. Preserve his arms, preserve his social train, and safe return him to these eyes again. Great Jove consents to half the chief's requests, but heaven's eternal doom denies the rest. To free the fleet was granted his prayer, his safe return. The winds disperse in air. Back to his tent the stern Achilles flies, and waits the combat with impatient eyes. Meanwhile the troops beneath Patroclus' care invade the Trojans and commence the war, as wasps, provoked by children in their play, pour from their mansions by the broad highway. In swarms the guiltless traveler engage, with all their stings, and call forth all their rage. All rise in arms, and, with a general cry, assert their waxen domes and buzzing progeny. Thus from the tents the fervent legion swarms, so loud their clamors, and so keen their arms. Their rising rage Patroclus' breath inspires, who thus inflames it with heroic fires. O warriors, partners of Achilles' praise, be mindful of your deeds in ancient days. Your godlike master let your acts proclaim, and add new glories to his mighty name. Think your Achilles sees you fight. Be brave, and humble the proud monarch whom you save. Joyful they heard, and kindling as he spoke, flew to the fleet involved in fire and smoke. From shore to shore the doubling shouts resound. The hollow ships return a deeper sound. The war stood still, and all around them gazed, when great Achilles' shining armor blazed. Troy saw, and thought the dread Achilles nigh. At once they see, they tremble, and they fly. Then first thy spear, divine Patroclus, flew, where the war raged, and where the tumult grew, close to the stern of that famed ship, which bore unblessed Protesilaus to Ilion shore. The great Paeonian bold Pyrrhecon stood, who led his bands from Axius' winding flood winky face. His shoulder blade received the fatal wound. The groaning warrior pants upon the ground. His troops, that see their country's glory slain, fly diverse, scattered o'er the distant plain. Patroclus' arm forbids the spreading fires, and from a half-burned ship-proud Troy retires. Cleared from the smoke the joyful navy lies. In heaps on heaps the foe tumultuous flies. Triumphant Greece her rescued decks ascends, and loud acclaim the starry region rends. So when thick clouds enwrap the mountain's head, o'er heaven's expanse like one black ceiling spread, sudden the thunderer, with a flashing ray, bursts through the darkness and lets down the day. The hills shine out, the rocks in prospect rise, and streams and valleys and forests strike the eyes. The smiling scene wide opens the sight, and all the unmeasured ether flames with light. But Troy repulsed, and scattered o'er the plains, force in the navy yet the fight maintains. Now every Greek some hostile hero slew, but still the foremost, bold Patroclus flew, as Areilycus had turned him round. Sharp in his thigh he felt the piercing wound. The brazen-pointed spear, with vigor thrown, the thigh transfixed, and broke the brittle bone. Headlong he fell. Next, Thoas was thy chance. Thy breast, unarmed, received the Spartan lance. Phyllide's dart, as Amphitus drew nigh, his blow prevented, and pierced his thigh, tore all the brawn and rent the nerves away. In darkness and in death the warrior lay. In equal arms 2 sons of Nestor stand, and 2 bold brothers of the Lycian band. By great Antilochus, Atimius dies. Pierced in the flank, lamented youth. He lies, kind Maris, bleeding in his brother's wound, defends a breathless carcass on the ground. Furious he flies, his murderer to engage, but godlike Thrasin prevents his rage. Between his arm and shoulder aims a blow. His arm falls spouting on the dust below. He sinks, with endless darkness covered o'er, and vents his soul, effused with gushing gore. Slain by 2 brothers, thus 2 brothers bleed, Sarpedon's friends, Amisodorus' seed. Amisodorus, who, by Furies led, the bane of men, abhorred Chimera bred. Skilled in the dart in vain, his sons expire, and pay the forfeit of their guilty sire. Stopped in the tumult Cleobulus lies. Beneath Oileus' arm, a living prize not long the Trojan stood. The thirsty falchion drank his reeking blood. Plunged his throat the smoking weapon lies. Black death and fate unpitying seal his eyes. Amid the ranks, with mutual thirst of fame, Lyco the brave and fierce Peneleus came. In vain their javelins at each other flew. Now, met in arms, their eager swords they drew. On the plumed crest of his Boeotian foe the daring Lyco aimed a noble blow. The sword broke short, but as Peneleus sped full on the juncture of the neck and head, the head, divided by a stroke so just, hung by the skin, the body sunk to dust. O'ertaken Nemas by Marian bleeds, pierced through the shoulder as he mounts his steeds. Back from the car he tumbles to the ground. His swimming eyes eternal shade surround. Next Erymas was doomed his fate to feel. His open mouth received a Cretan steel. Beneath the brain the point of passage tore, crashed the thin bones, and drowned the teeth in gore. His mouth, his eyes, his nostrils, pour flood. He sobs his soul out in the gush of blood. As when the flocks neglected by the swain, or kids, or lambs, lie scattered o'er the plain, a troop of wolves the unguarded charge survey, and rend the trembling, unresisting prey. Thus on the foe the Greeks impetuous came. Troy fled, unmindful of her former fame. But still at Hector godlike Ajax aimed. Still, pointed at his breast, his javelin flamed. The Trojan chief, experienced in the field, o'er his broad shoulders spread the massy shield, observed the storm of darts the Grecians pour, and on his buckler caught the ringing shower. He sees for Greece the scale of conquest rise, yet stops and turns and saves his loved allies. As when a hand of Jove a tempest forms, and rolls the cloud to blacken heaven with storms, dark o'er the fields the ascending vapor flies, and shades the sun and blots the golden skies. So from the ships, along the dusky plain, dire flight and terror drove the Trojan train. Even Hector fled. Through heads of disarray the fiery coursers forced their lord away, while far behind his Trojans fall confused, wedged in the trench, in one vast carnage bruised. Chariots on chariots roll, the clashing spokes shock, while the madding steeds break short their yokes. In vain they labor up the steepy mound. Their charioteers lie foaming on the ground. Fierce on the rear, with shouts Patroclus flies. Tumultuous clamor fills the fields and skies. Thick drifts of dust involve their rapid flight. Clouds rise on clouds, and heaven is snatched from sight. The affrighted steeds their dying lords cast down, scour o'er the fields, and stretched to reach the town. Loud o'er the rout was heard the victor's cry, where the war bleeds, and where the thickest die, where horse and arms and chariots lie o'erthrown, and bleeding heroes under axles groan. No stop, no check, the steeds of Peleus knew. From bank to bank the immortal coursers flew. High bounding o'er the fosse, the whirling car smokes the ranks. O'ertakes the flying war, and thunders after Hector. Hector flies, Patroclus shakes his lance. But fate denies. Not with less noise, with less impetuous force, the tide of Trojans urge their desperate course, than when in autumn Jove his fury pours, and earth is loaden with incessant showers. When guilty mortals break the eternal laws, or judges bribed, betray the righteous cause winky face. From their deep beds he bids the rivers rise, and opens all the floodgates of skies. The impetuous torrents from their hills obey. Whole fields are drowned and mountains swept away. Loud roars the deluge till it meets the main, and trembling man sees all his labors vain. And now the chief, the foremost troops repelled, back to the ships his destined progress held, bore down half Troy in his resistless way, and forced the routed ranks to stand the day. Between the space where silver Simois flows, where lay the fleets, and where the rampires rose, all grim in dust and blood Patroclus stands, and turns the slaughter on the conquering bands. First Pronus died beneath his fiery dart, which pierced below the shield his valiant heart. The Ister was next, who saw the chief appear, and fell the victim of his coward fear. Shrunk up he sat, with wild and haggard eye, nor stood combat, nor had force to fly. Patroclus marked him as he shunned the war, and with unmanly trembling shook the car, and dropped the flowing reins. Him, twixt the jaws, the javelin sticks, and from the chariot draws. As on a rock that overhangs a main, an angler, studious of the line and cane, some mighty fish draws panting to the shore. Not with less ease the barbed javelin bore the gaping dastard. As the spear was shook he fell, and life his heartless breast forsook. Next on Areolus he flies. A stone, large as a rock, was by his fury thrown. Full on his crown the ponderous fragment flew, and burst the helm and cleft the head in two. Prone to ground the breathless warrior fell, and death involved him with the shades of hell. Then low in dust of Paltz, Echius lie. Iphias, Evippus, Polymelus die. Amphoterus and Aramis succeed, and last Lipolymus and Pyres bleed. Where'er he moves, the growing slaughter spread in heaps on heaps of monument of dead. When now Sarpede and his brave friends beheld groveling in dust and gasping on the field, with this reproach his flying host he warms. O stain to honor! O disgrace to arms! Forsake, inglorious, the contended plain. This hand unaided shall the war sustain. The task be mine this hero's strength to try, who mows whole troops and makes an army fly. He spake, and, speaking, leaps from off the car. Patroclus lights, and sternly waits the war. As when two vultures on a mountain's height stoop with resounding pinions to fight. They cuff, they tear, they raise a screaming cry. The desert echoes and rocks reply. The warriors thus oppose in arms, engage with equal clamors and with equal rage. Jove viewed the combat, whose event foreseen, he thus bespoke his sister and his queen. The hour draws on, the destinies ordained my godlike son shall press the Phrygian plain. Already on the verge of death he stands. His life is owed to fierce Patroclus' hands. What passions in a parent's breast debate? Say, shall I snatch him from impending fate, and send him safe to Lycia, distant far from all the dangers and the toils of war? Or does do my bravest offspring yield and fatten with celestial blood the field? Then thus the goddess with the radiant eyes. What words are these, O sovereign of the skies? Short is the date prescribed to mortal man. Shall Jove for one extend the narrow span, whose bounds were fixed before his race began? How many sons of gods, foredoomed to death, before proud Ilion must resign their breath? Were thine exempt, debate would rise above, and murmuring powers condemn their partial Jove. Give the bold chief a glorious fate in fight. And when the ascending soul has winged her flight, let sleep and death convey by thy command the breathless body to his native land. His friends and people, to his future praise, a marble tomb and pyramid shall raise, and lasting honors to his ashes give. His fame, 'tis all the dead can have, shall live. She said, the cloud compeller, overcome, assents to fate, and ratifies the doom. Then, touched with grief, the weeping heavens distill a shower of blood o'er all the fatal field. The god, his eyes averting from the plain, laments his son, predestined to be slain, far from the Lycian shores, his happy native reign. Now met in arms, the combatants appear, each heaved a shield and poised a lifted spear. From strong Patroclus' hand the javelin fled, and past the groin of valiant Thrasymede. The nerves unbraced, no more his bulk sustain, he falls, and falling bites the bloody plain. 2 sounding darts the Lycian leader threw. The first aloof with erring fury flew. The next transpierced Achilles' mortal steed, the generous Pedasus of Theban breed. Fixed in the shoulder's joint, he reeled around, rolled in the bloody dust, and pawed the slippery ground. His sudden fall the entangled harness broke. Each axle crackled and the chariot shook, when bold Automedon, to disengage the starting coursers and restrain their rage, divides the traces with his sword, and freed the encumbered chariot from the dying steed. The rest move on obedient to rein. The car rolls slowly over the dusty plain. The towering chiefs to fiercer fight advance, and first Sarpedon whirled his weighty lance, which o'er the warrior's shoulder took its course, and spent in empty air its dying force. Not so Patroclus' never-erring dart. Aimed at his breast, it pierced a mortal part, where the strong fibers bind the solid heart. Then as a mountain oak, or poplar tall, or pine, fit mass of some great admiral, nods to the axe, till the groaning sound it sinks, and spreads its honors on the ground. Thus fell the king, and laid on earth supine, before his chariot stretched his form divine. He grasped the dust to stain with streaming gore, and pale in death lay groaning on the shore. So lies a bull beneath the lion's paws, while the grim savage grind with foamy jaws the trembling limbs, and sucks the smoking blood. Deep groans and hollow roars rebel low through the wood. Then to the leader of the Lycian band the dying chief addressed his last command. Glaucus, be bold. Thy task be first to dare the glorious dangers of destructive war, to lead my troops, to combat at their head, incite the living and supply the dead. Tell them, I charge them with my latest breath not unrevenged to bear Sarpedon's death. What grief, what shame must Glaucus undergo, if these spoiled arms adorn a Grecian foe? Then as a friend and as a warrior fight, defend my body, conquer my right, that, taught by great examples, all may try like thee to vanquish, or like me to die. He ceased. The fates suppressed his laboring breath, and his eyes darkened with the shades of death. The insulting victor with disdain bestrode the prostrate prince, and on his bosom trod, then drew the weapon from his panting heart, the reeking fibers clinging to the dart. From the wide wound gushed out a stream of blood, and the soul issued in the purple flood. His flying steeds the Myrmidons detain, unguided now, their mighty master slain. All impotent of aid, transfixed with grief, unhappy Glaucus heard the dying chief. His painful arm, yet useless with the smart inflicted late by Teucer's deadly dart, supported on his better hand he stayed. To Phoebus then 'twas all he could, he prayed. All-seeing monarch, whether Lycia's coast or sacred Ilion, thy bright presence boast, powerful alike to ease the wretch's smart. Oh, hear me, God of every healing art. Lo, stiff with clotted blood and pierced with pain that thrills my arm and shoots through every vein, I stand unable to sustain the spear and sigh, at distance from the glorious war. Low in the dust is great Sarpedon laid, nor Jove vouchsafed his hapless offspring aid. But thou, O God of health, thy succor lend, to guard the relics of my slaughtered friend. For thou, though distant, canst restore my might, to head my Lycians and support the fight. Apollo heard, and, suppliant as he stood, his heavenly hand restrained the flux of blood. He drew the dolors from the wounded part, and breathed a spirit in his rising heart. Renewed by art divine, the hero stands, and owns the assistance of immortal hands. First to the fight his native troops he warms, then loudly calls on Troy's vindictive arms. With ample strides he stalks from place to place. Now fires Agenor, now Polydamas. Aeneas next, and Hector he accosts, inflaming thus the rage of all their hosts. What thoughts, regardless chief, thy breast employ? Oh, too forgetful the friends of Troy, those generous friends, who, from their country far, breathe their brave souls out in another's war. See, where in dust the great Sarpedon lies, in action valiant and in counsel wise, who guarded right and kept his people free. To all his Lycians lost and lost thee, stretched by Patroclus' arm on yonder plains. O save from hostile rage his loved remains. I'll let not Greece his conquered trophies boast, nor on his course revenge your heroes lost. He spoke. Each leader in his grief partook. Troy at the loss, through all her legions shook. Transfixed with deep regret, they view o'erthrown at once his country's pillar, and their own, a chief, who led a Troy's beleaguered wall a host of heroes, and outshined them all. Fired, they rush on. First Hector seeks the foes, and with superior vengeance greatly glows. But o'er the dead the fierce Patroclus stands, and rousing Ajax, rouse the listening bands. Heroes, be men, be what you were before, or wait a great occasion, and be more. The chief who taught our lofty walls to yield lies pale in death, extended on the field. To guard his body Troy in numbers flies. 'Tis half the glory to maintain our prize. Haste, strip his arms, the slaughter round him spread, and send the living Lycians to the dead. The heroes kindle his fierce command, the martial squadrons close on either hand. Here Troy and Lycia charge with loud alarms. Thessalia there in Greece oppose their arms. With horrid shouts they circle round the slain. The clash of armor rings o'er all the plain. Great Jove, to swell the horrors of the fight, o'er the fierce armies pours pernicious night, and round his son confounds the warring hosts, his fate ennobling with a crowd of ghosts. Now Greece gives way, and great Epigeus falls, Agaclia's son, from Butium's lofty walls, who chased a murder. Then the suppliant came to Peleus, and the silver-footed dame. Now sent to Troy, Achilles' arms to aid, he pays due vengeance to his kinsman's shade. Soon as his luckless hand had touched the dead, a rock's large fragment thundered on his head. Hurled by Hectorian force, it cleft in twain his shattered helm, and stretched him o'er the slain. Fierce to the van of fight Patroclus came, and, like an eagle darting at his game, sprung on the Trojan and the Lycian band. What grief thy heart, what fury urged thy hand, O generous Greek, when with full vigor thrown, at Sthenelaus flew the weighty stone, which sunk him to the dead. When Troy, too near that arm, drew back, and Hector learned to fear, far as an able hand a lance and throw, or at the lists, or at the fighting foe. So far the Trojans from their lines retired, till Glaucus, turning, all the rest inspired. Then Bathocleus fell beneath his rage, the only hope of Calchon's trembling age. Wide o'er the land was stretched his large domain, with stately seats and riches blessed in vain. Him, bold with youth and eager to pursue the flying Lycians, Glaucus met and slew. Pierced through the bosom with sudden wound he fell, and falling made the fields resound. The Achaeans sorrow for their heroes slain. With conquering shouts the Trojans shake the plain, and crowd to spoil the dead. The Greeks oppose. An iron circle round the carcass grows. Then brave Laogonus resigned his breath, dispatched by Marion to the shades of death. On Ida's holy hill he made abode, the priest of Jove, and honored like his god. Between the jaw and ear the javelin went, the soul, exhaling, issued at the vent. His spear Aeneas at the victor threw, who stooping forward from the death withdrew. The lance hissed harmless o'er his covering shield, and trembling struck, and rooted in the field. There yet scarce spent, it quivers on the plain, sent by the great Aeneas' arm in vain. Swift as thou art, the raging hero cries, and skilled in dancing to dispute the prize, my spear, the destined passage had it found, had fixed thy active vigor to the ground. O valiant leader, the Dardan host, insulted Marion thus retorts the boast. Strong as you are, 'tis mortal force you trust, an arm as strong may stretch thee in the dust. And if to this my lance thy fate be given, vain are thy vaunts, success is still from heaven. This instant send thee down to Pluto's coast, mine is a glory his thy parting ghost. O friend, Menoetius' son this answer gave, with words combat, ill befits the brave. Not empty boast the sons of Troy repel, your swords must plunge into the shades of hell. To speak beseems a council, but to dare in glorious action is the task of war. This said, Patroclus to the battle flies. Great Marion follows, and new shouts arise. Shields, helmets rattle as the warriors close, and thick and heavy sounds a storm of blows. As through the shrilling vale or mountain ground, the labors of the woodman's axe resound. Blows following blows are heard re-echoing wide, while crackling forests fall on every side. Thus echoed all the fields with loud alarms. So fell the warriors, and so rung their arms. Now great Sarpedon on the sandy shore, his heavenly form defaced with dust and gore, and stuck with darts by warring heroes shed, lies undistinguished from the vulgar dead. His long-disputed course of chiefs enclose. On every side the busy combat grows. Thick as beneath some shepherd's thatched abode, the pails high foaming with milky flood. The buzzing flies, a persevering train, incessant swarm, and chase return again. Jove viewed the combat with a stern survey, and eyes that flashed intolerable day. Fixed on the field his sight, his breast debates the vengeance due, and meditates the fates, whether to urge their prompt effect, and call the force of Hector to Patroclus' fall. This instant see his short-lived trophies won, and stretch him breathless on a slaughtered son. Or yet, with many a soul's untimely flight, augment the fame and horror of the fight. To crown Achilles' valiant friend with praise at length he dooms, and that his last days shall set in glory, bids him drive the foe, nor unattended see the shades below. Then Hector's mind he fills with dire dismay. He mounts his car and calls his host away. Sunk with Troy's heavy fates, he sees decline the scales of Jove, and pants with awe divine. Then, nor before, the hardy Lycians fled, and left their monarch with the common dead. Around, in heaps on heaps, a dreadful wall of carnage rises, as the heroes fall. So Jove decreed. At length the Greeks obtain the prize contested, and despoil the slain. The radiant arms are by Patroclus borne. Patroclus' ships the glorious spoils adorn. Then thus to Phoebus, in the realms above, spoke his throne the cloud-compelling Jove. Descend, my Phoebus, on the Phrygian plain, and from the fight convey Sarpedon slain. Then bathe his body in the crystal flood, with dust dishonored and deformed with blood. O'er all his limbs ambrosial odors shed, and with celestial robes adorn the dead. Those rites discharge, his sacred course bequeath to the soft arms of silent sleep and death. They to his friends the immortal charge shall bear, his friends a tomb and pyramid shall rear. What honor mortals after death receive, those unavailing honors we may give. Sleep and death conveying the body of Sarpedon away Apollo bows, and from Mount Ida's height, swift the field precipitates his flight. Thence in the war the breathless hero bore, veiled in a cloud, to silver Samoa's shore. There bathe his honorable wounds, and dress his manly members in the immortal vest. And with perfumes of sweet ambrosial dews restores his freshness, and his form renews. Then sleep and death, two twins of winged race, of matchless swiftness, but silent pace, receive Sarpedon at the god's command, and in a moment reach the Lycian land. The course amidst his weeping friends they laid, where endless honors wait the sacred shade. Meanwhile Patroclus pours along the plains, with foaming coursers and with loosened reins. Fierce on the Trojan and the Lycian crew, blind to fate, thy headlong fury flew. Against what fate and powerful Jove ordained, vain was thy friend's command, thy courage vain. For he, the god whose counsels uncontrolled dismay the mighty and confound the bold, the god who gives, resumes, and orders all, he urged thee on, and urged thee on to fall. Who first, brave hero, by that arm was slain, who last beneath thy vengeance pressed the plain, when heaven itself thy fatal fury led, and called to fill the number of the dead? Addressed us first. Audinus then succeeds. Echeclus follows. Next young Megas bleeds, Epistor Melanippus bite the ground. The slaughter, Elasus and Mulius crowned. Then sunk Pilartes to eternal night. The rest dispersing, trust their fates to flight. Now Troy had stooped beneath his matchless power, but flaming Phoebus kept the sacred tower. Thrice at the battlements Patroclus strook his blazing aegis, thrice Apollo shook. He tried the fourth, when, bursting from the cloud, a more than mortal voice was heard aloud. Patroclus, cease! This heaven-defended wall defies thy lance. Not fated yet to fall. Thy friend, thy greater far, it shall withstand. Troy shall not stoop even to Achilles' hand. So spoke the god who darts celestial fires. The Greek obeys him and with oar retires, while Hector, checking at the Scaean gates his panting coursers, in his breast debates, or in the field his forces to employ, or draw the troops within the walls of Troy. Thus while he thought, beside him Phoebus stood, in Asia's shape, who reigned by Sangar's flood. Thy brother Hecuba, from Dymas sprung, a valiant warrior, haughty, bold, and young winky face. Thus he accosts him. What a shameful sight! God, is it Hector that forbears the fight? Were thine my vigor, the successful spear should soon convince thee of so false a fear. Turn thee to the field of fame, and in Patroclus' blood efface thy shame. Perhaps Apollo shall thy arm succeed, and heaven ordains him by thy lance to bleed. So spoke the inspiring god, then took his flight, and plunged amidst the tumult of the fight. He bid Cebrian drive the rapid car. The lash resounds, the coursers rush to war. The god the Grecians' sinking souls depressed, and poured swift spirits through each Trojan breast. Patroclus lights, impatient for the fight. A spear is left, a stone employs his right. With all his nerve he drives at the foe, pointed above and rough and gross below. The falling ruin crushed Cebrian's head, the lawless offspring of King Priam's bed. His front brows, eyes, one undistinguished wound. The bursting balls dropped sightless to ground. The charioteer, while yet he held the rein, struck from the car, falls headlong on the plain. To the dark shades the soul unwilling glides, while the proud victor thus his fall derides. Good heaven! What active feats yon artist shows! What skilful divers are our Phrygian foes! Mark with what ease they sink into the sand. Pity that all their practice is by land. Then rushing sudden on his prostrate prize, to spoil the carcass fierce Patroclus flies. Swift as a lion, terrible and bold, that sweeps the field, depopulates the fold. Pierced through the dauntless heart, then tumbles slain, and from his fatal courage finds his bane. At once bold Hector, leaping from his car, defends the body and provokes the war. Thus with some slaughtered hind, with equal rage, two lordly rulers would engage. Stung with fierce hunger, each the prey invades, and echoing roars rebel low through the shades. Stern Hector fastens on the warrior's head, and by the foot Patroclus drags the dead. While all around confusion, rage, and fright mix the contending hosts in mortal fight. So pent by hills, the wild winds roar aloud in the deep bosom of some gloomy wood. Leaves, arms, and trees, aloft in air are blown. The broad oaks crackle and the sylvans groan. This way and that the rattling thicket bends, and the whole forest in one crash descends. Not with less noise, with less tumultuous rage, in dreadful shock the mingled hosts engage. Darts showered on darts, now round the carcass ring, now flights of arrows bounding from the string. Stones follow stones, some clatter on the fields, some hard and heavy shake the sounding shields. But where the rising whirlwind clouds the plains, sunk in soft dust the mighty chief remains, and, stretched in death, forgets the guiding reins. Now flaming from the zenith, Sol had driven his fervid orb through half the vault of heaven, while on each host with equal tempest fell the showering darts, and numbers sank to hell. But when his evening wheels o'erhung the main, glad conquest rested on the Grecian train. Then from amidst the tumult and alarms, they draw the conquered corse and radiant arms. Then rash Patroclus with new fury glows, and breathing slaughter pours amid the foes. Thrice on the press like Mars himself he flew, and thrice 3 heroes at each onset slew. Their ends I glory. There the fates untwine the last black remnant of so bright a line. Apollo dreadful stops thy middle way. Death calls, and heaven allows no longer day. For lo, the god in dusky clouds enshrined, approaching dealt a staggering blow behind. The weighty shock his neck and shoulders feel. His eyes flash sparkles, his stunned senses reel in giddy darkness. Far distance flung, his bounding helmet on the champaign rung. Achilles' plume is stained with dust and gore, that plume which never stooped to earth before, long used, untouched, in fighting fields to shine and shade the temples of the mad divine. Jove dooms it now on Hector's helm to nod. Not long, for fate pursues him, and the god. His spear in shivers falls. His ample shield drops from his arm. His baldric strows the field. The course of his astonished breast forsakes, looses each joint, each nerve with horror shakes. Stupid he stares, and all assistless stands. Such is the force of more than mortal hands. A Dardan youth there was, well known to fame, from Pan thus sprung. Euphorbus was his name, famed for the manage of the foaming horse, skilled in the dart and matchless in the course. Full 20 nights he tumbled from the car, while yet he learned his rudiments of war. His venturous spear first drew the hero's gore. He struck, he wounded, but he durst no more. Nor though disarmed, Patroclus' fury stood, but swift withdrew the long pretended wood, and turned him short, and herded in the crowd. Thus, by an arm divine and mortal spear wounded, at once, Patroclus yields to fear, retires for succor to his social train, and flies the fate which heaven decreed in vain. Stern Hector, as the bleeding chief he views, breaks through the ranks, and his retreat pursues. The lance arrests him of mortal wound. He falls, earth thunders, and his arms resound. With him all Greece was sunk. That moment all her yet surviving heroes seemed to fall. So, scorched with heat, along the desert score, the roaming lion meets a bristly boar. Fast by the spring, they both dispute the flood, with flaming eyes and jaws besmeared with blood. At length the sovereign savage wins the strife, and the torn boar resigns his thirst and life. Patroclus thus, so many chiefs o'erthrown, so many lives effused, expires his own. As dying now at Hector's feet he lies, he sternly views him, and triumphant cries, "Lie there, Patroclus!" And with thee, the joy thy pride once promised of subverting Troy, the fancied scenes of Ilion wrapped in flames, and thy soft pleasures served with captive dames. Unthinking man, I fought those towers to free, and guard that beauteous race from lords like thee. But thou a prey to vultures shalt be made. Thy own Achilles cannot lend thee aid, though much a part in that great chief might say, and much enjoin thee this important day. Return not, my brave friend, perhaps he said, without the bloody arms of Hector dead. He spoke, Patroclus marched, and thus he sped. Supine and wildly gazing on the skies, with faint, expiring breath, the chief replies, "Vain boaster, cease and know the powers divine. Jove's and Apollo's is this deed, not thine. To heaven is owed whatever your own you call, and heaven itself disarmed me ere my fall. Had 20 mortals, each thy match in might, opposed me fairly, they had sunk in fight. By fate and Phoebus was I first o'erthrown, Euphorbus next, the third mean part thy own. But thou, imperious, hear my latest breath. The gods inspired, and it sound thy death. Insulting man, thou shalt be soon as I. Black fate o'erhangs thee, and thy hour draws nigh. Even now on life's last verge I see thee stand. I see thee fall, and by Achilles' hand." He faints. The soul unwilling wings her way. The beauteous body left low to clay flits to the lone, uncomfortable coast, a naked, wandering, melancholy ghost. Then Hector pausing, as his eyes he fed on the pale carcass, thus addressed the dead. "From whence this boding speech, the stern decree of death denounced, or why denounce me? Why not as well Achilles' fate be given to Hector's lance, who knows the will of heaven?" Pensive he said, then pressing as he lay his breathless bosom, tore the lance away, and upwards cast course. The reeking spear he shakes, and charges the bold charioteer. But swift Automedon with loosened reins wrapped the chariot o'er the distant plains. Far from his rage the immortal coursers drove. The immortal coursers were the gift of Jove. Scylapius, Book XVII. Argument. The seventh battle. For the body of Patroclus, the axe of Menelaus. Menelaus, upon the death of Patroclus, defends his body from the enemy. Euphorbus, who attempts it, is slain. Hector advancing, Menelaus retires, but soon returns with Ajax and drives him off. This Glaucus objects to Hector as a flight, who thereupon puts on the armor he had won from Patroclus, and renews the battle. The Greeks give way, till Ajax rallies them. Aeneas sustains the Trojans. Aeneas and Hector attempt the chariot of Achilles, which is borne off by Automedon. The horses of Achilles deplore the loss of Patroclus. Jupiter covers his body with a thick darkness, the noble prayer of Ajax on that occasion. Menelaus sends Antilochus to Achilles with the news of Patroclus' death, then returns to the fight, where though attacked with the utmost fury, he and Marians, assisted by the Ajaces, bear off the body to the ships. The time is the evening of the 28th day. The scene lies in the fields before Troy. On the cold earth divine Patroclus spread, lies pierced with wounds among the vulgar dead. Great Menelaus, touched with generous woe, springs to the front and guards him from the foe. Thus round her new-fallen young the heifer moves, fruit of her throes and firstborn of her loves, and anxious, helpless as he lies and bare, turns and returns her with a mother's care, opposed to each that near the carcass came. His broad shield glimmers and his lances flame. The son of Panthus, skilled the dart to send, eyes the dead hero and insults a friend. This hand, Atrides, laid Patroclus low, warrior, desist nor tempt an equal blow. To me the spoils my prowess won resign. Depart with life, and leave the glory mine. The Trojan thus, the Spartan monarch burned with generous anguish, and in scorn returned, Laughst thou not, Jove? from thy superior throne, when mortals boast of prowess not their own. Not thus the lion glories in his might, nor panther braves a spotted foe in fight, nor thus the boar, those terrors of the plain winky face. Man only vaunts his force, and vaunts in vain, but far the vainest of the boastful kind. These sons of Pan thus vent their haughty mind. Yet 'twas but late, beneath my conquering steel this boaster's brother, Hipporenor, fell, against our arm which rashly he defied. Vain was his vigor, and as vain his pride. These eyes beheld him on the dust expire, no more to cheer his spouse or glad his sire. Presumptuous youth, like it shall be thy doom. Go, wait thy brother to the Stygian gloom, or, while thou mayst, avoid the threatened fate. Fools stay to feel it, and are wise too late. Unmoved, Euphorbus thus, that action known, come, for my brother's blood repay thy own. His weeping father claims thy destined head, and spouse, a widow in her bridal bed. On these thy conquered spoils I shall bestow, to soothe the consorts and the parents' woe. No longer then defer the glorious strife. Let heaven decide our fortune, fame, and life. Swift as the word the missile lance he flings, the well-aimed weapon on the buckler rings, but blunted by the brass, innoxious falls. On Jove, the Father great, Atrides calls, nor flies the javelin from his arm in vain. It pierced his throat, and bent him to plain. Wide through the neck appears a grisly wound. Prone sinks the warrior, and his arms resound. The shining circlets of his golden hair, which even the graces might be proud to wear, instarred with gems and gold, best strow the shore, with dust dishonored and deformed with gore, as a young olive in some sylvan scene, crowned by fresh fountains of eternal green, lifts the gay head, in snowy flowerets fair, and plays and dances to the gentle air, when lo! A whirlwind from high heaven invades the tender plant, and withers all its shades. It lies uprooted from its genial bed, a lovely ruin now defaced and dead. Thus young, thus beautiful, Euphorbus lay, while the fierce Spartan tore his arms away. Proud at his deed and glorious in the prize, affrighted Troy the towering victor flies. Flies, as before some mountain lions ire the village curs, and trembling swains retire, when o'er the slaughtered bull they hear him roar, and see his jaws distill with smoking gore, all pale with fear, at distance scattered round. They shout incessant, and the valleys resound. Meanwhile Apollo viewed with envious eyes, and urged great Hector to dispute the prize. In Mentes shape, beneath whose martial care the rough Iconians learned the trade of war, forbear, he cried, with fruitless speed to chase Achilles' coursers, of ethereal race. They stoop not these, to mortal man's command, or stoop to none but great Achilles' hand. Too long amused with pursuit so vain, turn, and behold the brave Euphorbus slain, by Sparta slain. For ever now suppress a fire which burned in that undaunted breast. Thus having spoke, Apollo winged his flight, and mixed with mortals in the toils of fight. His words infixed unutterable care deep in great Hector's soul. Through all the war he darts his anxious eye, and instant viewed the breathless hero in his blood imbued, forth welling from the wound as prone he lay, and in the victor's hands a shining prey. Sheathed in bright arms, through cleaving ranks he flies, and sends his voice in thunder to the skies. Fierce as a flood of flame by Vulcan sent, it flew, and fired the nations as it went. Atrides from the voice the storm divined, and thus explore his own unconquered mind. Then shall I quit Patroclus on the plain, slain in my cause, and for my honor slain. Desert the arms, the relics of my friend, or singly, Hector and his troops attend? Sure were such partial favor heaven bestowed. To brave the hero were to brave the god. Forgive me, Greece, if once I quit the field. 'Tis not to Hector, but to heaven I yield. Yet nor the god nor heaven should give me fear, did but the voice of Ajax reach my ear. Still we turn, still battle on the plains, and give Achilles all that yet remains of his and our Patroclus. This, no more the time allowed. Troy thickened on the shore, a sable scene, the terrors Hector led. Slow he recedes, and sighing quits the dead. So from the fold the unwilling lion parts, forced by loud clamors and a storm of darts. He flies indeed, but threatens as he flies, with heart indignant and retorted eyes. Now entered in the Spartan ranks, he turned his manly breast, and with new fury burned. O'er all the black battalion sent his view, and to the cloud the godlike Ajax knew, where laboring on the left the warriors stood, all grim in arms, and covered o'er with blood. their breathing courage, where the god of day had sunk each heart with terror and dismay. To him the king, "O Ajax, O my friend, haste, and Patroclus loved remains defend. The body to Achilles to restore demands our care. Alas, we can no more. For naked now, despoiled of arms, he lies, and Hector glories in the dazzling prize." He said, and touched his heart. The raging pair pierced the thick battle, and provoked the war. Already at stern Hector seized his head, and doomed the Trojan gods the unhappy dead. But soon as Ajax reared his tower-like shield, sprung to his car, and measured back the field, his train to Troy the radiant armor bear, to stand a trophy of his fame in war. Meanwhile great Ajax, his broad shield displayed, guards the dead hero with a dreadful shade, and now before and now behind he stood, thus in the center of some gloomy wood. With many a step, the lioness surrounds her tawny young, beset by men and hounds, elate her heart, and rousing all her powers, dark o'er the fiery balls each hanging eyebrow lures. Fast by his side the generous Spartan glows with great revenge, and feeds his inward woes. But Glaucus, leader of the Lycian aids, on Hector frowning, thus his flight upbraids. "Where now in Hector shall we Hector find? A manly form, without a manly mind. Is this, O chief, a hero's boasted fame? How vain, without the merit, is the name! Since battle is renounced, thy thoughts employ what other methods may preserve thy Troy. 'Tis time to try if Ilian state can stand by thee alone, nor ask a foreign hand. Mean, empty boast. But shall the Lycians stake their lives for you, those Lycians you forsake? What from thy thankless arms can we expect? Thy friend Sarpedon proves thy base neglect. Say, shall our slaughtered bodies guard your walls, while unrevenged the great Sarpedon falls? Even where he died for Troy, you left him there, a feast for dogs and all the fowls of air. On my command if any Lycian wait, hence let him march, and give up Troy to fate. Did such a spirit as the gods impart impel one Trojan hand or Trojan heart, such as should burn in every soul that draws the sword for glory in his country's cause, even yet our mutual arms we might employ, and drag yon carcass to the walls of Troy. Oh, were Patroclus ours, we might obtain Sarpedon's arms and honored corse again. Griefs with Achilles' friend should be repaid, and thus do honors purchase to his shade. But words are vain. Let Ajax once appear, and Hector trembles and recedes with fear. Thou darest not meet the terrors of his eye, and lo, already thou preparest to fly. The Trojan chief with fixed resentment eyed the Lycian leader, and sedate replied, "Say, is it just, my friend, that Hector's ear from such a warrior such a speech should hear? I deemed thee once the wisest of thy kind, but oh, this insult suits a prudent mind. I shun great Ajax, I desert my train. 'Tis mine to prove the rash assertion vain. I joy to mingle where the battle bleeds, and hear the thunder of the sounding steeds. But Jove's high will is ever uncontrolled. The strong he withers and confounds the bold. Now crowns with fame the mighty man, and now strikes the fresh garland from the victor's brow. Come, through yon squadrons let us hew the way, and now be witness, if I fear today, if yet a Greek the sight of Hector dread, or yet their hero dare defend the dead." Then turning to the martial hosts, he cries, "Ye Trojans, Dardans, Lycians, and allies, be men, my friends, in action as in name, and yet be mindful of your ancient fame. Hector in proud Achilles' arms shall shine, torn from his friend, by right of conquest mine." He strode along the field, as thus he said, the sable plumage nodded o'er his head. Swift through the spacious plain he sent a look. One instant saw, one instant overtook the distant band, that on the sandy shore the radiant spoils to sacred Ilion bore. There his own mail unbraced the field bestrode, his train to Troy conveyed the massy load. Now blazing in immortal arms he stands, the work and present celestial hands. By age Peleus to Achilles given, as first to Peleus by the core of heaven. His father's arms not long Achilles wears, forbid by fate to reach his father's years. Him, proud in triumph, glittering from afar, the god whose thunder rends the troubled air beheld with pity. As apart he sat, and conscious, looked through all the scene of fate. He shook the sacred honors of his head. Olympus trembled, and the god had said, "Ah, wretched man, unmindful of thy end, a moment's glory, and what fates attend! In heavenly panoply divinely bright thou standst, and armies tremble at thy sight, as at Achilles' self. Beneath thy dart lies slain the great Achilles' dearer part. Thou from a mighty dead those arms hast torn, which once the greatest of mankind had worn. Yet live, I give thee one illustrious day, a blaze of glory ere thou fadst away. For no more Andromache shall come with joyful tears to welcome Hector home. No more Officius, with endearing charms, from thy tired limbs unbrace Pelides' arms. Then with his sable brow he gave a nod that seals his word, the sanction of the god. The stubborn arms, by Jove's command disposed, conformed spontaneous, and around him closed. Filled with the god, enlarged his members grew. Through all his veins a sudden vigor flew. The blood in brisker tide began to roll, and Mars himself came rushing on his soul. Exhorting loud through all the field he strode, and looked and moved, Achilles or a god. Now Mestal's Glaucus meeting he inspires, now forces Chromius and Hippothous fires. The great Thesilicus like fury found, Asteropaeus kindle at the sound, and Ennemus in augury renowned. Hear, all ye hosts, and hear unnumbered bands of neighboring nations or of distant lands. 'Twas not for state we summoned you so far, to boast our numbers in the pomp of war. Ye came to fight, a valiant foe to chase, to save our present and our future race. For this our wealth, our products, you enjoy, and glean the relics of exhausted Troy. Now then to conquer or to die prepare. To die or conquer are the terms of war. Whatever hand shall win Patroclus slain, whoe'er shall drag him to the Trojan train, with Hector's self shall equal honors claim. With Hector part the spoil and share the fame. Fired by his words, the troops dismiss their fears. They join, they thicken, they protend their spears. Full on the Greeks they drive in firm array, and each from Ajax hopes the glorious prey. Vain hope! What numbers shall the field o'er spread? What victims perish round the mighty dead? Great Ajax marked the growing storm from far, and thus bespoke his brother the war. Our fatal day, alas, is come, my friend, and all our wars and glories at an end. 'Tis not this course alone we guard in vain, condemn the vultures on the Trojan plain. We too must yield. The same sad fate must fall on thee, on me, perhaps, my friend, on all. See what tempest direful Hector spreads, and lo, it bursts, it thunders on our heads. Call on our Greeks. If any hear the call, the bravest Greeks, this hour demands 'em all. The warrior raised his voice, and wide around the field re-echoed the distressful sound. O chiefs, O princes, to whose hand is given the rule of men, whose glory is from heaven, whom with due honors both atrides grace, ye guides and guardians of our Argive race. All, whom this well-known voice shall reach from far, all, whom I see not through this cloud of war, come all, let generous rage your arms employ, and save Patroclus from the dogs of Troy. Oily and Ajax first the voice obeyed, swift was his pace, and ready was his aid. Next to my Dominius, more slow with age, and Marion, burning with a hero's rage. The long succeeding numbers who can name, but all were Greeks, and eager all for fame. Fierce to the charge great Hector led the throng. Whole Troy embodied rushed with shouts along. Thus, when a mountain billow foams and raves, where some swollen river disembogues his waves, full in the mouth is stopped the rushing tide. The boiling ocean works from side to side. The river trembles to his utmost shore, and distant rocks rebellow to the roar. Nor less resolved, the firm Achaean band with brazen shields and horrid circles stand. Jove, pouring darkness o'er the mingled fight, conceals the warriors' shining helms in night. To him, the chief for whom the host contend had lived not hateful, for he lived a friend. Dead he protects him with superior care, nor dooms his carcass to the birds of air. Fight for the body of Patroclus the first attack the Grecians scarce sustain. Repulsed they yield, the Trojan sees the slain. Then fierce they rally, to revenge led on by the swift rage of Ajax Telamon. Ajax to Peleus' son the second name, in graceful stature next, and next in fame. With headlong force the foremost ranks he tore, so through the thicket burst the mountain boar, and rudely scatters, for a distance round, the fright hunter and the baying hound. The son of Lethus, brave Pelasgus heir Hippothous, dragged the carcass through the war. The sinewy ankles bored, the feet he bound with thongs inserted through the double wound. Inevitable fate o'ertakes the deed, doomed by great Ajax' vengeful lance to bleed. It cleft the helmet's brazen cheeks in twain. The shattered crest and horsehair strew the plain. With nerves relaxed, he tumbles to the ground. The brain comes gushing to the ghastly wound. He drops Patroclus' foot, and o'er him, spread, now lies a sad companion of the dead. Far from Larissa lies his native air, and ill requites his parents' tender care. Lamented youth, in life's first bloom he fell, sent by great Ajax to the shades of hell. Once more at Ajax Hector's javelin flies. The Grecian marking, as it cut the skies, shunned the descending death. Which hissing on, stretched in the dust the great Iphitus' son, Schedius the brave, of all the Phocian kind the boldest warrior and the noblest mind. In little Panope, for strength renowned, he held his seat and ruled the realms around. Plunged in his throat, the weapon drank his blood, and deep trans piercing to the shoulder stood. In clanging arms a hero fell, and all the fields resounded with his weighty fall. Forces, as slain Hippothous he defends, the Telamonian lance his belly rends. The hollow armor burst before the stroke, and through the wound the rushing entrails broke. In strong convulsions panting on the sand he lies, and grasps the dust with dying hands. Struck at the sight, recede the Trojan train. The shouting Argives stripped the heroes slain. And now at Troy, by Greece compelled to yield, fled to her ramparts, and resigned the field. Greece, in her native fortitude elate, with Jove averse, had turned the scale of fate. But Phoebus urged Aeneas to fight. He seemed like aged Periphas to sight, a herald in Anchises' love grown old, revered for prudence and with prudence bold. Thus he, what methods yet, O chief, remain to save your Troy, though heaven its fall ordain? There have been heroes who, by virtuous care, by valor in numbers, and by arts of war, have forced the powers to spare a sinking state, and gained at length a glorious ode to fate. But you, when fortune smiles, when Jove declares his partial favor, and assists your wars, your shameful efforts gainst yourselves employ, and force the unwilling god to ruin Troy. Aeneas, through the form assumed, descries the power concealed, and thus to Hector cries, O lasting shame! To our own fears a prey, we seek our ramparts, and desert the day. A god, nor is he less, my bosom warms, and tells me Jove asserts the Trojan arms. He spoke, and foremost the combat flew. The bold example all his hosts pursue. Then first Leocritus beneath him bled, in vain beloved by valiant Lycomede, who viewed his fall, and, grieving at the chance, swift to revenge it sent his angry lance. The whirling lance, with vigorous force addressed, descends and pants in Apisane's breast. From rich Paeonia's valleys the warrior came, next the Asteropaeus, in place and fame. Asteropaeus with grief beheld the slain, and rushed to combat, but he rushed in vain. Indissolubly firm, around the dead, rank within rank, on buckler spread, and hemmed with bristled spears, the Grecians stood, a brazen bulwark in an iron wood. Great Ajax eyes them with incessant care, and in an orb contracts the crowded war. Close in their ranks commands to fight or fall, and stands a center in the soul of all. Fixed on the spot they war, and wounded wound, a sanguine torrent steeps the reeking ground. On heaps the Greeks, on heaps the Trojans bled, and, thickening round them, rise the hills of dead. Greece in close order and collected might, yet suffers least and sways the wavering fight. Fierce as conflicting fires the combat burns, and now it rises, now it sinks by turns. In one thick darkness all the fight was lost. The sun, the moon, and all the ethereal host seemed as extinct. Day ravished from their eyes, and all heaven's splendors blotted from the skies. Such o'er Patroclus' body hung the night. The rest in sunshine fought, and open light. Unclouded there, the aerial azure spread. No vapor rested on the mountain's head. The golden sun poured forth a stronger ray, and all the broad expansion flamed with day. Dispersed around the plain, by fits they fight, and here and there their scattered arrows light. But death and darkness o'er the carcass spread. There burned the war, and there the mighty bled. Meanwhile the sons of Nestor in the rear, their fellows routed, tossed the distant spear, and skirmished wide. So Nestor gave command, when from the ships he sent the Pylian band. The youthful brothers thus for fame contend, nor knew the fortune of Achilles' friend. In thought they viewed him still, with martial joy, glorious in arms, and dealing death to Troy. But round the course the heroes pant for breath, and thick and heavy grows the work of death. Erlebordee now, with dust and sweat and gore, their knees, their legs, their feet are covered o'er. Drops follow drops, The clouds on clouds arise, and carnage clogs their hands, and darkness fills their eyes. As when a slaughtered bull's yet reeking hide, strained with full force and tugged from side to side, the brawny keas stretch, and labor o'er the extended surface, drunk with fat and gore. So tugging round the course both armies stood, the mangled body bathed in sweat and blood, while Greeks and Ilians equal strength employ, now to the ships to force it, now to Troy. Not Pallas' self, her breast when fury warms, nor whose anger sets the world in arms, could blame this scene. Such rage, such horror reigned, such Jove honor the great dead ordained. Achilles and his ships at distance lay, nor knew the fatal fortune of the day. He, yet unconscious of Patroclus' fall, in dust extended under Ilion's wall, expects him glorious from the conquered plain, and for his wish return prepares in vain. Though well he knew, to make proud Ilion bend was more than heaven had destined to his friend. Perhaps to him, this Thetis had revealed, the rest, in pity to her son, concealed. Still raged a conflict round the hero dead, and heaps on heaps by mutual wounds they bled. Cursed be the man, even private Greeks would say, who dares desert this well-disputed day. First may the cleaving earth before our eyes gape wide, and drink our blood for sacrifice. First perish all, ere haughty Troy shall boast we lost Patroclus, and our glory lost. Thus they, while with one voice the Trojans said, Grant this day, Jove, or heap us on the dead. Then clash their sounding arms. The clangors rise and shake the brazen concave of skies. Meantime, at distance in the scene of blood, the pensive steeds of great Achilles stood. Their godlike master slain before their eyes, they wept and shared in human miseries. In vain Automedon now shakes the rein, now plies the lash and sues and threats in vain. Nor to the fight nor Hellespont they go, rested they stood and obstinate in woe. Still as a tombstone, never to be moved, on some good man or woman unreproved lays its eternal weight, or fixed, as stands a marble courser by the sculptor's hands, placed on a hero's grave. Along their face the big round drops course down with silent pace, conglobing on the dust. Their manes that late circled their arched necks and waved in state, trailed on the dust beneath the yoke were spread, and prone to earth was hung their languid head. Nor Jove disdained to cast a pitying look, while thus relenting to the steeds he spoke. Unhappy coursers of mortal strain, exempt from age and deathless, now in vain, did we your race on mortal man bestow, only, alas, to share immortal woe? For, what is there of inferior birth, that breathes or creeps upon the dust of earth? What wretched creature, what wretched kind, than man more weak, calamitous, and blind? A miserable race. But cease to mourn, for not by you shall Priam son be borne high on the splendid car. One glorious prize he rashly boasts, the rest our denies. Ourself will swiftness to your nerves impart, ourself with rising spirits swell your heart. Automedon your rapid flight shall bear safe to the navy through the storm of war. For yet 'tis given to Troy to ravage o'er the field, and spread her slaughters to shore. The sun shall see her conquer, till his fall with sacred darkness shades the face of all. He said, and breathing an immortal horse excessive spirit, urged them to the course. From their high manes they shake the dust, and bear the kindling chariot to the parted war. So flies a vulture through the clamorous train of geese that scream and scatter round the plain. From danger now with swiftest speed they flew, and now to conquest will like speed pursue. So in the seat the charioteer remains, now plies the javelin, now directs the reins. Him brave Alcimedon beheld distressed, approach the chariot and the chief addressed. What god provokes thee rashly thus to dare, alone, unaided, in the thickest war? Alas, thy friend is slain, and Hector wields Achilles' arms triumphant in the fields. In happy time, the charioteer replies, the bold Alcimedon now greets my eyes. No Greek like him the heavenly steeds restrains, or holds their fury in suspended reins. Patroclus, while he lived, their rage could tame, but now Patroclus is an empty name. To thee I yield the seat, to thee resign the ruling charge. The task of fight be mine. He said. Alcimedon, with active heat, snatches the reins and vaults into the seat. His friend descends. The chief of Troy descried, and called Aeneas fighting near his side. Lo, to my sight, beyond our hope restored, Achilles' car, deserted of its lord. The glorious steeds our ready arms invite. Scarce their weak drivers guide them through the fight. Can such opponents, stand when we assail. Unite thy force, my friend, and we prevail. The son of Venus to the council yields. Then o'er their backs they spread their solid shields. With brass refulgent the broad surface shined, in thick bull hides the spacious concave lined. Them Chromius follows, Aretus succeeds. Each hopes the conquest of the lofty steeds. In vain, brave youths, with glorious hopes ye burn, in vain advance, not fated to return. Unmoved, Automedon attends a fight, implores the eternal, and collects his might. Then turning to his friend, with dauntless mind, "Oh, keep the foaming coursers close behind. Full on my shoulders let their nostrils blow, for hard to fight, determined as a foe. 'Tis Hector comes, and when he seeks the prize, war knows no mean. He wins it or he dies." Then through the field he sends his voice aloud, and calls the adjacents from the warring crowd, with great atrides. "Hither turn," he said, "turn where distress demands immediate aid. The dead, encircled by his friends, forego, and save the living from a fiercer foe. Unhelped we stand, unequal to engage the force of Hector in Aeneas' rage. Yet mighty as they are, my force to prove is only mine. The event belongs to Jove." He spoke, and high the sounding javelin flung, which passed the shield of Aretus the young. It pierced his belt, embossed with curious art, then in the lower belly struck the dart. As when a ponderous axe, descending full, cleaves the broad forehead of some brawny bull struck. Twixt the horns, he springs with many a bound, then tumbling rolls enormous on the ground. Thus fell the youth. The air his soul received, and the spear trembled as his entrails heaved. Now at Automedon the Trojan foe discharged his lance. The meditated blow, stooping, he shunned. The javelin idly fled, and hissed noxious o'er the hero's head. Deep rooted in the ground, the forceful spear in long vibration spent its fury there. With clashing falchions now the chiefs had closed, but each brave Ajax heard and interposed. Nor longer Hector with his Trojan stood, but left their slain companion in his blood. His arms Automedon divests and cries, "Accept Patroclus, this means sacrifice. Thus have I soothed my griefs, and thus have paid, poor as it is, some offering to thy shade." So looks the lion o'er a mangled boar, all grim with rage and horrible with gore. High on the chariot at one bound he sprung, and o'er his seat the bloody trophies hung. And now Minerva from the realms of air descends impetuous, and renews the war. For, pleased at length the Grecian arms to aid, the Lord of Thunders sent the blue-eyed maid. As when high Jove, denouncing future woe, o'er the dark clouds extends his purple bow, in sign of tempest from the troubled air, or from the rage of man, destructive war. The drooping cattle dread the impending skies, and from his half-tilled field the laborer flies. In such a form the goddess round her drew a livid cloud, and to the battle flew. Assuming Phoenix, shape on earth she falls, and in his well-known voice to Sparta calls. And lies Achilles' friend, beloved by all, a prey to dogs beneath the Trojan wall? What shame, O Greece, for future times to tell, to thee the greatest in whose cause he fell. O chief, O father, a true son replies, O full of days, by long experience wise, what more desires my soul than here unmoved to guard the body of the man I loved? Ah! Would Minerva send me strength to rear this wearied arm, and ward the storm of war? But Hector, like the rage of fire, we dread, and Jove's own glories blaze around his head. Pleased to be first of all the powers addressed, she breathes new vigor in her hero's breast, and fills with keen revenge, with fell despite, desire of blood and rage and lust of fight. So burns a vengeful hornet, so all o'er, repulse in vain and thirsty still of gore. Bold son of air and heat, on angry wings untamed, untired, he turns, attacks, and stings. Fire with like ardor fierce Atrides flew, and sent his soul with every lance he threw. There stood a Trojan, not unknown to fame, Aetion's son, and Podes was his name. With riches honored, and with courage blessed, by Hector loved, his comrade and his guest. Through his broad belt the spear a passage found, and ponderous as he falls, his arms resound. Sudden at Hector's side Apollo stood. Like Phaenops, Asia's son, appeared the god, Asius the Great, who held his wealthy reign in fair Abydos, by the rolling main. "O prince," he cried, "O foremost once in fame, what Grecian now shall tremble at thy name? Dost thou at length to Menelaus yield? A chief once thought no terror the field? Yet singly now, the long-disputed prize he bears victorious, while our army flies. By the same arm illustrious poets bled. The friend of Hector, unrevenged, is dead. This heard. O'er Hector spreads a cloud of woe. Rage lifts his lance, and drives him on the foe. But now the Eternal shook his sable shield, that shaded-eyed and all the subject feel beneath its ample verge. A rolling cloud involved the mount. The thunder roared aloud. The affrighted hills from their foundations gnawed, and blazed beneath the lightnings of the god. At one regard is all-seeing how the vanquished triumph, and the victors fly. Then trembled Greece. The flight Peneleus led. For as the brave Boeotian turned his head to face the foe, Polydamas drew near, and raised a shoulder with his shortened spear. By Hector wounded, Leitus quits the plain, pierced through the wrist, and raging with the pain, grasped his once formidable lance in vain. As Hector followed, Idomen addressed the flaming javelin to his manly breast. The brittle point before his corslet yields. Exulting Troy with clamor fills the fields. High on his chariots the Cretan stood. The son of Priam whirled a massive wood. But erring from its aim, the impetuous spear struck to the dust the squire and charioteer of martial Marion. Coerinus his name, who left fair Lyctus for the fields of fame. On foot bold Marion fought, and now laid low, had graced the triumphs of his Trojan foe. But the brave squire the ready coursers brought, and with his life his master's safety bought. Between his cheek and ear the weapon went, the teeth it shattered, and the tongue it rent. Prone from the seat he tumbles to the plain. His dying hand forgets the falling rain. This Marion reaches, bending from the car, and urges to desert the hopeless war. Idomeneus consents. The lash applies, and the swift chariot to the navy flies. Not Ajax, lest the will of heaven descried, and conquest shifting to the Trojan side, turned by the hand of Jove. Then thus begun, to Atreus succeed the godlike Telamon. Alas, who sees not Jove's almighty hand, transfers the glory to the Trojan band. Whether the weak or strong discharge a dart, he guides each arrow to a Grecian heart. Not so our spears, incessant though they rain, he suffers every lance to fall in vain. Deserter of the god, yet let us try what human strength and prudence can supply. If yet this honored course in triumph borne, make glad the fleets that hope not our return, who tremble yet, scarce rescued from their fates, and still hear Hector thundering at their gates. Some hero too must he dispatch to bear the mournful message to Pelides' ear, for sure he knows not, distant on the shore his friend, his loved Patroclus, is no more. But such a chief I spy not through the host. The men, the steeds, the armies, all are lost in general darkness. Lord of earth and air, O King, O Father, hear my humble prayer. Dispel this cloud, the light of heaven restore. Give me to see, and Ajax asks no more. If Greece must perish, we thou will obey, but let us perish in the face of day. With tears the hero spoke, and at his prayer the god relenting cleared the clouded air. Forth burst the sun with all enlightening ray. The blaze of armor flashed against the day. Now, Atrides, cast around thy sight. If yet Antilochus survives the fight, let him to great Achilles' ear convey the fatal news. Atrides haste away. So turns the lion from the nightly fold, though high in courage, and with hunger bold, long galled by herdsmen, and long vexed by hounds, stiff with fatigue, and fretted sore with wounds. The darts fly round him from 100 hands, and the red terrors of the blazing brands. Till late reluctant, at the dawn of day sour he departs, and quits the untasted prey. So moved Atrides from his dangerous place with weary limbs, but with unwilling pace. The foe, he feared, might yet Patroclus gain, and, much admonished, much adjured his train. Oh, guard these relics to your charge consigned, and bear the merits of the dead in mind. How skilled he was in each obliging art, the mildest manners and the gentlest heart. He was, alas, but fate decreed his end, in death a hero, as in life a friend. So parts the chief. From rank to rank he flew, and round on all sides sent his piercing view. As the bold bird, endued with sharpest eye of all that wings the mid-aerial sky, the sacred eagle, from his walks above looks down, and sees the distant thicket move, then stoops, and sousing on the quivering hair, snatches his life amid the clouds of air. Not with less quickness his exerted sight passed us in that way, through the ranks of fight, till on the left the chief he sought, he found, cheering his men, and spreading deaths around. To him the king, beloved of Jove, draw near, for sadder tidings never touched thy ear. Thy eyes have witnessed what a fatal turn, how Ilion triumphs, and the Achaeans mourn. This is not all. Patroclus, on the shore now pale and dead, shall succor Greece no more. Fly to the fleet this instant, fly, and tell the sad Achilles how his loved one fell. He too may haste the naked course to gain. The arms are Hector's, who despoiled the slain. The youthful warrior heard with silent woe. From his fair eyes the tears began to flow. Big with a mighty grief, he strove to say what sorrow dictates, but no word found way. To brave Laodocus' arms he flung, who, near him wheeling, drove his steeds along. Then ran the mournful message to impart, with tearful eyes and with dejected heart. Swift fled the youth, nor Menelaus stands, though sore distressed, to aid the Pylian bands, but bids bold Thrasymede those troops sustain. Himself returns to his Patroclus slain. Gone is Antilochus, the hero said, but hope not, warriors, for Achilles' aid. Though fierce his rage, unbounded be his woe, unarmed, he fights not with the Trojan foe. 'Tis in our hands alone our hopes remain. 'Tis our own vigor must the dead regain, and save ourselves, while with impetuous hate Troy pours along, and this way rolls our fate. 'Tis well, said Ajax. Be it then thy care, with Merion's aid, the weighty course to rear. Myself and my bold brother will sustain the shock of Hector and his charging train. Nor fear we armies, fighting side by side. What Troy can dare, we have already tried, have tried it, and have stood. The hero said. High from the ground the warriors heave the dead. A general clamor rises at the sight. Loud shout the Trojans, and renew the fight. Not fiercer rush along the gloomy wood, with rage insatiate, and with thirst of blood, voracious hounds, that many a length before their furious hunters drive the wounded boar. But the savage turns his glaring eye. They howl aloof, and round the forest fly. Thus on retreating Greece the Trojans pour, wave their thick falchions, and their javelins shower. But Ajax turning, to their fears they yield. All pale they tremble, and forsake the field. While thus aloft the hero's course they bear, behind them rages all the storm of war. Confusion, tumult, horror, o'er the throng of men, steeds, chariots, urge the rout along. Less fierce the winds with rising flames conspire to whelm some city under waves of fire. Now sink in gloomy clouds of proud abodes, now crack the blazing temples of the gods. The rumbling torrent of the ruin rolls, and sheets of smoke mount heavy to the poles. The heroes sweat beneath their honored load, as when two mules along the rugged road from a steep mountain with exerted strength drag some vast beam or mass unwieldy length. Inly they groan, big drops of sweat distill, the enormous timber lumbering down the hill. So these behind, the bulk of Ajax stands and breaks the torrent of the rushing bands. Thus when a river swelled with sudden rain spreads its broad waters o'er the level plains, some interposing hill the stream divides, and breaks its force, and turns the winding tides. Still close they follow, close the rear engage. Aeneas storms, and Hector foams with rage, while Greece a heavy, thick retreat maintains, wedged in one body, like a flight of cranes, that shriek incessant, while the falcon, hung high on poised pinions, threats their callow young. So from the Trojan chiefs the Grecians fly, such the wild terror and the mingled cry. Within, without the trench, and all the way, strode in bright heaps, their arms and armor lay. Such horror Jove impressed. Yet still proceeds the work of death, and still the battle bleeds. Vulcan from an antique gem. Book XVIII. Argument. The grief of Achilles, and new armor made him by Vulcan. The news of the death of Patroclus is brought to Achilles by Antilochus. Thetis, hearing his lamentations, comes with all her sea nymphs to comfort him. The speeches of the mother and son on this occasion. Iris appears to Achilles by the command of Juno, and orders him to show himself at the head of the entrenchments. The sight of him turns the fortunes of the day, and the body of Patroclus is carried off by the Greeks. The Trojans call a council, where Hector and Polydamas disagree in their opinions. But the advice of the former prevails, to remain encamped in the field. The grief of Achilles over the body of Patroclus. Thetis goes to the palace of Vulcan to obtain new arms for her son. The description of the wonderful works of Vulcan. And lastly, that noble one, the shield of Achilles. The latter part of the 29th day, and the night ensuing, take up this book. The scene is at Achilles' tent on the seashore, from whence it changes to the palace of Vulcan. Thus like the rage of fire the combat burns, and now it rises, now it sinks by turns. Meanwhile, where Hellespont's broad waters flow, stood Nestor's son, the messenger of woe. There sat Achilles, shaded by sails, on hoisted yards extended to the gales. Pensive he sat, for all that fate designed rose in sad prospect to his boding mind. Thus to his soul he said, "Ah, what constrains the Greeks, late victors, now to quit the plains? Is this the day which heaven so long ago ordained, to sink me with the weight of woe?" So Thetis warned Winky Face, when by a Trojan hand the bravest of the Myrmidonian band should lose the light. Fulfilled is that decree, fallen as a warrior, and Patroclus he. In vain I charge him soon to quit the plain, and warn to shun Hectorian force in vain. Thus while he thinks, Antilochus appears, and tells the melancholy tale with tears. "Sad tidings, son of Peleus, thou must hear, and wretched I, the unwilling messenger. Dead is Patroclus. For his course they fight, his naked course, his arms are Hector's right." A sudden horror shot through all the chief, and wrapped his senses in a cloud of grief. Cast on the ground, with furious hands he spread the scorching ashes o'er his graceful head, his purple garments, and his golden hairs. Those he deforms with dust, and these he tears. On the hard soil his groaning breast he threw, and rolled in gravel as to earth he grew. The virgin captives with disordered charms, won by his own or by Patroclus' arms, rushed from their tents with cries, and gathering round, beat their white breasts and fainted on the ground, while Nestor's son sustains a manlier part, and mourns a warrior with a warrior's heart, hangs on his arms, amidst his frantic woe, and oft prevents the meditated blow. Far in the deep abysses of the main with hoary Nereus, and the watery train, the mother goddess from her crystal throne heard his loud cries, and answered groan for groan. The circling Nereids of their mistress weep, and all the sea-green sisters of the deep. Talia, glossy, every watery name. Nicaea mild, and silver Spio came. Cymotho and Cymodos were nigh, and the blue languish of soft Alia's eye. Their locks Achaea and Limnoria rear, then Proto, Doris, Panope appear, Thoa, Pharusa, Dodo, Melita, Agave gentle, and Amphithoge. Next Callianera. Callianassa show their sister looks. Dexamine the slow, and swift Dynamene now cut the tides. Iera now the verdant wave divides. Nemertes with Apsids lift ahead. Bright Galatea quits her pearly bed. These Erythia, Clymene attend Mera, Amphinome. The train extend, and black Genira, and Genassa fair, and Amathea with her amber hair. All these and all that deep in ocean held their sacred seats, the glimmering grotto filled. Each beat her ivory breast with silent woe, till Thetis' sorrows thus began to flow. Hear me, and judge, ye sisters of the main. How just a cause has Thetis to complain? How wretched, were I mortal, were my fate! How more than wretched in the immortal state! Sprung from my bed a godlike hero came, the bravest far that ever bore name. Like some fair olive, by my careful hand he grew. He flourished and adorned the land. To Troy I send him, but the fates ordain he never, never must return again. So short a space the light of heaven to view, so short, alas, and filled with anguish too. Hear how his sorrows echo through the shore. I cannot ease them, but I must deplore. I go at least to bear a tender part, and mourn my loved one with a mother's heart. She said, and left the caverns of Maine, all bathed in tears. The melancholy train attend her way. Wide opening part the tides, while the long pomp the silver wave divides. Approaching now, they touched the Trojan land, then, two by two, ascended up the strand. The immortal mother, standing close beside her mournful offspring, to his sighs replied. Along the coast their mingled clamors ran, and thus the silver-footed dame began, "Why mourns my son? Thy late preferred request of God is granted, and the Greeks distressed. Why mourns my son? Thy anguish let me share, reveal the cause, and trust a parent's care." He, deeply groaning, to this cureless grief, not even the thunder's favor brings relief. Patroclus, ah, say goddess, can I boast of pleasure now? Revenge itself is lost. Patroclus, loved of all my martial train, beyond mankind, beyond myself is slain. Lost of those arms the gods themselves bestowed on Peleus. Hector bears a glorious load. Cursed be that day, when all the powers above thy charms submitted to immortal love. O hadst thou still, a sister of the main, pursued the pleasures of the watery reign, and happier Peleus, less ambitious, led immortal beauty to his equal bed, ere the sad fruit of thy unhappy womb had caused such sorrows past, and woes to come. For soon, alas, that wretched offspring slain, new woes, new sorrows shall create again. 'Tis not in fate the alternate now to give. Patroclus dead, Achilles hates to live. Let me revenge it on proud Hector's heart. Let his last spirit smoke upon my dart. On these conditions will I breathe. Till then, I blush to walk among the race of men. A flood of tears at this the goddess shed. Ah, then, I see thee dying, see thee dead. When Hector falls, thou deest. Let Hector die, and let me fall. Achilles made reply. Far lies Patroclus from his native plain. He fell, and falling, wished my aid in vain. Ah, then, since from this miserable day I cast all hope of my return away, since, unrevenged, 100 ghosts demand the fate of Hector from Achilles' hand. Since here, for brutal courage far renowned, I live an idle burden to the ground, others in council fame for nobler skill, more useful preserve than I to kill. Let me but, oh, ye gracious powers above, wrath and revenge of men and gods remove. Far, far too dear to every mortal breast, sweet to the soul as honey to the taste, gathering like vapors of the noxious kind from fiery blood, and darkening all the mind. Me Agamemnon urged a deadly hate. 'Tis past, I quell it, I resign to fate. Yes, I will meet the murder of my friend, or, if the gods ordain it, meet my end. The stroke of fate the strongest cannot shun. The great Alcides, Jove's unequalled son, to Juno's hate, at length resigned his breath, and sunk the victim of all-conquering death. So shall Achilles fall, stretched pale and dead, no more the Grecian hope or Trojan dread. Let me, this instant, rush into the fields, and reap what glory life's short harvest yields. Shall I not force some widowed dame to tear with frantic hands her long disheveled hair? Shall I not force her breast to heave with sighs, and the soft tears to trickle from her eyes? Yes, I shall give the fair those mournful charms. In vain you hold me. Hence, my arms, my arms. Soon shall the sanguine torrent spread so wide that all shall know Achilles swells the tide. My son, Coelian Thetis made reply, to fate submitting with secret sigh, the host to succor and thy friends to save, is worthy thee, the duty of the brave. But canst thou, naked, issue to the plains? Thy radiant arms the Trojan foe detains. Insulting Hector bears the spoils on high, but vainly glories, for his fate is nigh. Yet a while thy generous ardor stay, assured, I meet thee at the dawn of day, charged with refulgent arms, a glorious load. Vulcanian arms, the labor of a god. Then turning to the daughters of Maine, the goddess thus dismissed her azure train. Ye sister Nereids, to your deeps descend, haste and our Father's sacred seat attend. I go to find the architect divine, where vast Olympus' starry summits shine. So tell our hoary sire, this charge he gave. The sea-green sisters plunge beneath the wave. Thetis once more sends a blessed abodes, and treads the brazen threshold of the gods. Thetis ordering the Nereids to descend into the Essea, and now the Greeks from furious Hector's force urged abroad Hellespont their headlong course. Nor yet their chiefs Patroclus' body bore safe through the tempest to the tented shore. The horse, the foot, with equal fury joined, poured on the rear and thunder close behind, and like a flame through fields of ripened corn, the rage of Hector o'er the ranks was borne. Thrice the slain hero by the foot he drew, thrice to the skies the Trojan clamors flew. As oft the adjacent assault sustained, but checked he turns, repulsed, attacks again. With fiercer shouts his lingering troops he fires, nor yields a step, nor from his post retires. So watchful shepherds strive to force, in vain, the hungry lion from a carcass slain. Even yet Patroclus had he borne away, and all the glories of the extended day, had not high Juno from the realms of air, secret, dispatched her trusty messenger, the various goddess of the showery bow, shot in a whirlwind to the shore below. To great Achilles at his ships she came, and thus began the many-colored dame. Rise, son of Peleus, rise, divinely brave, assist the combat, and Patroclus save. For him the slaughter to the fleet they spread, and fall by mutual wounds around the dead. To drag him back to Troy the foe contends, nor with his death the rage of Hector ends. A prey to dogs, he dooms the course to lie, and marks the place to fix his head on high. Rise and prevent, if yet you think of fame, thy friends' disgrace, thy own eternal shame. Who sends thee, goddess, from the ethereal skies? Achilles thus, and Iris thus replies, I come, Pleiades, from the queen of Jove, the immortal empress of the realms above, unknown to him who sits remote on high, unknown to all the synod of the sky. Thou comest in vain, he cries, with fury warmed. Arms I have none, and can I fight unarmed? Unwilling as I am, of force I stay, till Thetis bring me at the dawn of day Vulcanian arms. What other can I wield, except the mighty Telamonian shield, that in my friend's defense has Ajax spread, while his strong lance around him heaps the dead? The gallant chief defends Menoetia's son, and does what his Achilles should have done. Thy want of arms, said Iris, well we know, but though unarmed, yet clad in terrors, go. Let but Achilles o'er yon trench appear, proud Troy shall tremble and consent to fear. Greece from one glance of that tremendous eye shall take new courage and disdain to fly. She spoke, and passed in air. The hero rose, her aegis palace o'er his shoulder throws. Around his brows a golden cloud she spread. A stream of glory flamed above his head, as when from some beleaguered town arise the smokes, high curling to the shaded skies, seen from some island, o'er the main afar, when men distressed hang out the sign of war winky face. Soon as the sun in ocean hides his rays, thick on the hills the flaming beacons blaze. With long projected beams the seas are bright, and heaven's high arch reflects the ruddy light. So from Achilles' head the splendors rise, reflecting blaze on blaze against the skies. Forth marched the chief, and distant from the crowd, high on the rampart raised his voice aloud. With her own shout Minerva swells the sound. Troy starts astonished, and the shores rebound. As the loud trumpet's brazen mouth from far with shrilling clangor sounds the alarm of war. Struck from the walls, the echoes float on high, and the round bulwarks in thick towers reply. So high his brazen voice the hero reared. Hosts dropped their arms, and trembled as they heard, and back the chariots roll, and coursers bound, and steeds and men lie mingled on the ground. Aghast they see the living lightnings play, and turn their eyeballs from a flashing ray. Thrice in the trench his dreadful voice he raised, and thrice they fled, confounded and amazed. 12 in the tumult wedged, untimely rushed on their own spears, by their own chariots crushed, while, shielded from the darts, the Greeks obtained the long-contended carcass of the slain. A lofty bier the breathless warrior bears. Around, his sad companions melt in tears. But chief Achilles, bending down his head, pours unavailing sorrows o'er the dead, whom late triumphant, with his steeds and car, he sent refulgent to the field of war. Unhappy change. Now senseless, pale, he found stretched forth, and gashed with many a gaping wound. Meantime, unwearied with his heavenly way, in ocean's waves the unwilling light of day quenches his red orb at Juno's high command, and from their labors ease the Achaean band. The fright Trojans, panting from the war, their steeds unharnessed in the weary car, a sudden council called. Each chief appeared in haste, and standing, for the sit they feared. 'Twas now no season for prolonged debate. They saw Achilles, and in him their fate. Silent they stood, Polydamas at last, skilled to discern the future by the past. The son of Panthus thus expressed his fears, the friend of Hector and of equal years. The selfsame night to both the being gave, one wise in counsel, one in action brave. Juno commanding the sun to set, in free debate, my friends, your sentence speak. For me I move before the morning break, to raise our camp. Too dangerous here our post, far from Troy walls, and on a naked coast. I deem not Greece so dreadful, while engaged in mutual feuds her king and hero raged. Then, while we hoped our armies might prevail, we boldly camped beside 1,000 sail. I dread Pleiades now. His rage of mine not long continues to the shores confined, nor to the fields, where long in equal fray contending nations won and lost a day. For Troy, shall henceforth be the strife, and the hard contest not for fame, but life. Haste then to Ilion, while the favoring night detains these terrors, keeps that arm from fight. If but the morrow's sun behold us here, that arm, those terrors, we shall feel, not fear, and hearts that now disdain shall leap with joy, if heaven permit them then to enter Troy. Let not my fatal prophecy be true, nor would I tremble but to think, ensue. Whatever be our fate, yet let us try what force of thought and reason can supply. Let us on counsel for our guard depend. The town her gates and bulwarks shall defend. When morning dawns, our well-appointed powers, arrayed in arms, shall line the lofty towers. Let the fierce hero then, when fury calls, vent his mad vengeance on our rocky walls, or fetch 1,000 circles round the plain, till the spent coursers seek the fleet again. So may his rage be tired and labored down, and dogs shall tear him ere he sack the town. Return, said Hector, fired with stern disdain. What, coop whole armies in our walls again? Was not enough, ye valiant warriors, say, 9 years in prison in those towers ye lay? Wide o'er the world was Ilian fame of old for brass exhaustless, and for mines of gold. But while inglorious in her walls we stayed, sunk were her treasures and her stores decayed. The Phrygians now her scattered spoils enjoy, and proud Maeonia wastes the fruits of Troy. Great Jove at length my arms to conquest calls, and shuts the Grecians in their wooden walls. Darest thou dispirit whom the gods incite? Flies any Trojan? I shall stop his flight, to better counsel than attention lend. Take due refreshment, and the watch attend. If there be one whose riches cost him care, for to let him bring them for the troops to share, 'tis better generously bestowed on those, than left the plunder of our country's foes. Soon as the morn the purple orient warms, fierce on yon navy will we pour our arms. If great Achilles rise in all his might, his be the danger, I shall stand the fight. Honor, ye gods! Or let me gain or give, and live he glorious, whosoe'er shall live. Mars is our common lord, alike to all, and oft the victor triumphs, but to fall. The shouting host in loud applause is joined. So Pallas robbed the many of their mind, to their own sense condemn, and left to choose the worst advice, the better to refuse. While the long night extends her sable reign, around Patroclus mourned the Grecian train. Stern in superior grief Pelide stood. Those slaughtering arms, so used to bathe in blood, now clasped his clay-cold limbs. Then gushing start the tears, and sighs burst from his swelling heart. The lion thus, with dreadful anguish stung, roars through the desert, and demands his young. When the grim savage, to his rifled den too late returning, snuffs the track of men, and o'er the valleys and o'er the forest bounds. His clamorous grief the bellowing wood resounds. So grieves Achilles, and impetuous, vents to all his myrmidons his loud laments. In what vain promise, gods, did I engage, when to console Menoetius' feeble age, I vowed his much-loved offspring to restore, charged with rich spoils, to Pharaoh Pontius' shore? But mighty Jove cut short, with just disdain, the long, long views of poor designing man. One fate the warrior and the friend shall strike, and Troy's black sands must drink our blood alike. Me too a wretched mother shall deplore, an aged father never see me more. Yet my Patroclus, yet a space I stay, then swift pursue thee on the darksome way. Ere thy dear relics in the grave are laid, shall Hector's head be offered to thy shade, that, with his arms, shall hang before thy shrine, and 12, the noblest of the Trojan line, sacred of vengeance, by this hand expire, their lives effuse around thy flaming pyre. Thus let me lie till then, thus, closely pressed, bathe thy cold face, and sob upon thy breast, while Trojan captives hear thy mourners stay, weep all the night and murmur all the day, spoils of my arms and thine, when, wasting wide, our swords kept time and conquered side by side. He spoke, and bade the sad attendants round cleanse the pale corse, and wash each honored wound. A massy cauldron a stupendous frame they brought, and placed it o'er the rising flame. Then heaped the lighted wood. The flame divides beneath the vase, and climbs around the sides. In it wide wound they pour the rushing stream. The boiling water bubbles to the brim. The body then they bathe with pious toil, embalm the wounds, anoint the limbs with oil, high on a bed of state extended laid, and decent cover with linen shade. Last o'er the dead the milk-white veil they threw. That done, their sorrows and their sighs renew. Meanwhile to Juno, in the realms above, his wife and sister, spoke almighty Jove. At last thou prevails. Great Peleus' son rises in arms. Such grace thy Greeks have won. Say, for I know not, is their race divine, and thou the mother of that martial line? What words are these? The imperial dame replies, while anger flashed from her majestic eyes. Succor like this a mortal arm might lend, and such success mere human would attend. And shall not I, the second power above, Heaven's queen and consort of thundering Jove, say, shall not I one nation's fate command, not wreak my vengeance on one guilty land? Tripods are they. Meanwhile the silver-footed dame reached the Vulcanian dome, eternal frame, high eminent amid the works divine, where heaven's far-beaming brazen mansions shine. There the lame architect the goddess found, obscure in smoke, his forges flaming round, while bathed in sweat from fire to fire he flew, and puffing loud, the roaring billows blew. That day no common task his labor claimed. Full 20 tripods for his hall he framed, that place on living wheels of massy gold. Wonders to tell, instinct with spirit roll from place to place, around the blessed abode self-move, obedient to the beck of gods. For their fair handles now, o'erwrought with flowers, in molds prepared, the glowing ore he pours. Just as responsive to his thought the frame stood prompt to move, the azure goddess came. Charis, his spouse, a grace divinely fair, with purple fillets round her braided hair. Observe her entering, her soft hand she pressed, and, smiling, thus the watery queen addressed, "What, goddess, this unusual favor draws? All hail and welcome, whatsoe'er the cause. Till now a stranger, in a happy hour approach, and taste the dainties of the bower." Thetis and Eurynomy receiving the infant Vulcan high on a throne, with stars of silver grace and various artifice, the queen she placed a footstool at her feet. Then calling, said, "Vulcan, draw near. 'Tis Thetis asked your aid." "Thetis," replied the god, "our powers may claim an ever dear and ever honored name. When my proud mother hurled me from the sky, my awkward form, it seems, displeased her eye. She and Eurynomy my griefs redressed, and soft received me on their silver breast. Even then these arts employed my infant thought. Chains, bracelets, pendants, all their toys I wrought. 9 years kept secret in the dark abode. Secure I lay, concealed from man and god. Deep in a cavern rock my days were led. The rushing ocean murmured o'er my head. Now, since her presence glads our mansion, say, for such desert what service can I pay? Vouchsafe, O Thetis, at our board to share the genial rites and hospitable fare, while I the labors of the forge forego, and bid the roaring bellows cease to blow. Then from his anvil the lame artist rose. Wide with distorted legs, oblique he goes, and stills the bellows, and in order laid, locks in their chests his instruments of trade. Then with a sponge the sooty workman dressed his brawny arms and brown and hairy breast. With his huge scepter grace and red attire, came halting for the sovereign of the fire. The monarch steps 2 female forms uphold, that move and breathe in animated gold, to whom was voice and sense and science given of works divine. Such wonders are in heaven. On these supported, with unequal gait, he reached the throne where pensive Thetis sate. There placed beside her on the shining frame, he thus addressed the silver-footed dame. "Thee, welcome, goddess, what occasion calls, so long a stranger, to these honored walls? 'Tis thine, fair Thetis, the command to lay, and Vulcan's joy and duty to obey." Vulcan and Charis receiving Thetis, to whom the mournful mother thus replies. The crystal drops stood trembling her eyes. "O Vulcan, say, was ever breast divine so pierced with sorrows, so o'erwhelmed as mine? Of all the goddesses, did Jove prepare for Thetis only such a weight of care? Aye, only I, of all the watery race by force subjected to a man's embrace, who, sinking now with age and sorrow, pays the mighty fine imposed on length of days. Sprung from my bed, a godlike hero came, the bravest sure that ever bore the name. Like some fair plant beneath my careful hand he grew, he flourished, and adorned the land. To Troy I sent him, but his native shore never, never, shall receive him more. Even while he lives, he wastes with secret woe winky face. Nor I, a goddess, can retard the blow. Robbed of the prize the Grecian suffrage gave, the king of nations forced his royal slave. For this he grieved, and, till the Greeks oppressed required his arm, he sorrowed unredressed. Large gift they promise, and their elders send. In vain he arms not, but permits his friend his arms, his steeds, his forces to employ. He marches, combats, almost conquers Troy. Then slain by Phoebus, Hector had a name, at once resigns his armor, life, and fame. But thou, in pity, by my prayer be won. Grace with immortal arms his short-lived son, and to the field in martial pomp restore, to shine with glory till he shines no more. To her the artist god, thy griefs resign secure what Vulcan can, is ever thine. O could I hide from the fates as well, or with these hands a cruel stroke repel, as I shall forge most envied arms, the gaze of wondering ages, and the world's amaze. Thus having said, the father of the fires to black labors of his forge retires. Soon as he bade them blow, the bellows turned their iron mouths, and where the furnace burned, resounding breathed. At once the blast expires, and 20 forges catch at once the fires. Just as the god directs, now loud, now low, they raise a tempest, or they gently blow. In hissing flames huge silver bars are rolled in stubborn brass and tin and solid gold. Before deep fixed, the eternal anvils stand. The ponderous hammer loads his better hand. His left with tongs turns the vexed metal. Round and thick, strong strokes, the doubling vaults rebound. Then first he formed the immense and solid shield. Rich various artifice emblaze the field. Its utmost verge, a threefold circle-bound, a silver chain, suspends a massy round. 5 ample plates the broad expanse compose, and godlike labors on a surface rose. There shone the image of the mastermind. Their earth, their heaven, their ocean he designed. The unwearied sun, the moon completely round. The starry lights that heaven's high convex crown, the starry lights that heaven's high convex crowned. The Pleiades, Hyads with the northern team, and great Orion's more effulgent beam, to which, around the axle of the sky, the bare, revolving, points his golden eye, still shines exalted on the ethereal plain, nor bathes his blazing forehead in the main. 2 cities radiant on the shield appear, the image one of peace and one of war. Here sacred pomp and genial feast alight, and solemn dance and hymeneal rite. Along the street the new-made brides are led, with torches flaming, to the nuptial bed. The youthful dancers in a circle bound to the soft flute and cithern's silver sound. Through the fair streets the matrons in a row stand in their porches and enjoy the show. There in the forum swarm a numerous train. The subject of debate, a townsman slain. One plead to find discharge, which one denied, and bade the public and the laws decide. The witnesses produce on either hand, for this or that, the partial people stand. The appointed heralds still the noisy bands, and form a ring, with scepters in their hands. On seats of stone, within the sacred place the reverend elders nodded o'er the case. Alternate, each the attesting scepter took, and rising solemn, each his sentence spoke. 2 golden talents lay amidst, in sight, the prize of him who best adjudged the right. Another part, a prospect differing far, glow with refulgent arms and horrid war. 2 mighty hosts a leaguered town embrace, and one would pillage, one would burn the place. Meantime the townsmen, armed with silent care, a secret ambush on the foe prepare. Their wives, their children, and the watchful band of trembling parents, on the turret stand. They march, by Pallas and by Mars made bold. Gold with the gods, their radiant garments gold, and gold their armor. These the squadron led, august divine, superior by the head. A place for ambush fit they found, and stood, covered with shields, beside a silver flood. 2 spies at distance lurk, and watchful seem if sheep or oxen seek the winding stream. Soon the white flocks proceeded o'er the plains, and steers slow-moving, and 2 shepherd swains. Behind them piping on their reeds they go, nor fear an ambush, nor suspect a foe. In arms the glittering squadron rising round rush sudden. Hills of slaughter heap the ground. Whole flocks and herds lie bleeding on the plains, and all amidst them dead, the shepherd swains. The bellowing oxen the besiegers hear. They rise, take horse, approach, and meet the war. They fight, they fall, beside the silver flood. The waving silver seemed to blush with blood. Their tumult, their contention stood confessed. One reared a dagger at a captive's breast. One held a living foe, that freshly bled with new-made wounds. Another dragged a dead, now here, now there, the carcasses they tore. Fate stalked amidst them, grim with human gore. And the whole war came out and met the eye, and each bold figure seemed to live or die. A field deep furrowed next to God designed a 3rd time labor by the sweating hind. The shining shares full many ploughman guide, and turn their crooked yokes on every side. Still as at either end they wheel around, the master meets them with his goblet crowned. The hearty draught rewards, renews their toil, then back the turning plowshares cleave the soil. Behind, the rising earth in ridges rolled, and sable looked, though formed of molten gold. Another field rose high with waving grain. With bended sickles stand the reaper train. Here stretched in ranks the levelled swords are found. Sheaves heaped on sheaves here thicken up the ground. With sweeping stroke the mowers strow the lands. The gatherers follow and collect in bands. And last the children, in whose arms are born, too short to gripe them, the brown sheaves of corn. The rustic monarch of the field descries. With silent glee, the heaps around him rise. A ready banquet on the turf is laid, beneath an ample oak's expanded shade. The victim ox the sturdy youth prepare. The reapers do repast, the woman's care. Next, ripe in yellow gold, a vineyard shines, bent with the ponderous harvest of its vines. A deeper dye the dangling clusters show, and curled on silver props, in order glow, a darker metal mixed in trench a place, and pales of glittering to the enclosure grace. To this, one pathway gently winding leads, where march a train with baskets on their heads, fair maids and blooming youths, that smiling bear the purple product of the autumnal year. To these a youth awakes the warbling strings, whose tenderly the fate of Linus sings. In measured dance behind him move the train, tunes soft the voice in answer to the strain. Here herds of oxen march, erect and bold, rear high their horns, and seem to low in gold, and speed the meadows on whose sounding shores a rapid torrent through rushes roars. For golden herdsmen as their guardians stand, and 9 sour dogs complete the rustic band. 2 lions rushing from the wood appeared, and seized a bull, the master of the herd. He roared. In vain the dogs, the men withstood. They tore his flesh and drank his sable blood. The dogs, oft cheered in vain, desert the prey, dread the grim terrors in a distance bay. Next this, the Idaar Vulcan leads deep through fair forests, and a length of meads and stalls and folds, and scattered cots between, and fleecy flocks that whiten all the scene. A figured dance succeeds. Such once was seen in lofty Knossos for the Cretan queen, formed by Daedalian art. A comely band of youths and maidens, bounding hand in hand. The maids in soft samars of linen dressed, the youths all graceful in the glossy vest. Of those the locks with flowery wreath enrolled, of these the sides adorned with sword of gold, that glittering gay from silver belts depend. Now all at once they rise, at once descend, with well-taught feet. Now shape in oblique ways, confusedly regular, the moving maze. Now forth at once, too swift for sight, they spring, and undistinguished blend the flying ring. So whirls a wheel in giddy circle toss, and rapid as it runs, the single spokes are lost. The gazing multitudes admire around. 2 active tumblers in the center bound. Now high, now low, their pliant limbs they bend, and general songs of sprightly revel end. Thus the broad shield complete the artist crowned with his last hand, and poured the ocean round. In living silver seemed the waves to roll, and beat the buckler's verge, and bound the whole. This done, whatever warrior's use requires, he forged. The cuirass that outshone the fire's degrees of ductile to the helm, impressed with various sculpture and the golden crest. At Thetis' feet the finished labor lay she, as a falcon cuts the aerial way. Swift from Olympus' snowy summit flies, and bears the blazing present through the skies.